The November 1st meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the door as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, motion passes. All right. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we take item 6.01, high school instructional focus, out of order and hear that presentation after item 2.11, PTA report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, motion passes. All right. Item 2.05, hold on a second, let me get my papers in order, is board recognitions. And we have a very special recognition this morning, Mr. Truffer.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Good morning. I am Chris Truffer, Regional Assistant Superintendent for the Arundel and South River clusters, and it is my distinct pleasure to present this morning's board recognition. Before I begin, I'd like to ask the members of the board and Dr. Arlotto to please come forward. Members of the board and Dr. Arlotto, it is no secret that our school system is home to many amazing teachers. Today we are pleased to recognize one of those amazing teachers, very amazing in fact, South River High School's Josh Carroll, who has been honored as the cream of the crop. On Friday night, Josh was named the 2017-2018 Maryland Teacher of the Year, an honor previously earned by only two other county teachers. Josh has spent 18 years teaching in our school system, all at the high school level. He began his career as an English teacher at Glen Burnie High School and moved to South River in 2006. He coordinated the school's AVID program for 6 years before moving to the STEM program. His desire to impact as many students as possible also led him into athletic coaching and mentorship. He has also become involved in curriculum writing, is a member of South River's Principals Leadership Team, and chairs the school's Student Recognition Committee. What makes teachers amazing, though, is their ability to connect with students. As some of you have seen in your visits to South River, and as I have seen many times, as recently as this week, Josh builds bonds with students almost instantaneously. That relationship is evident from the second you step into his classroom. And it is clear that he has an innate ability to get students to believe in themselves and to push themselves to greatness. He relies on them to do their best, and in return, he gives every single student his best every day. Josh is now representing the entire state of Maryland and is up for the National Teacher of the Year award. It's an honor no county teacher has ever won, and we are very proud of Josh as our representative for this great honor. To say we are confident in his chances at the national level would be an understatement. As Josh and his principal, Mr. Will Myers, come forward, please join me in thanking Josh for everything he does for students each and every day.
Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you. Good luck. I appreciate it. Thanks. Back in the bills. We've got something here for you. Let you see it. Oh, wow.
Whenever you come to the board, this will be you.
I saw it out front on my way in.
All right, everybody, looking this way, big smiles, and we'll take 3 of them. And one more shot of it. You got it? Thank you. Congratulations.
Hang that over your mantle.
Yours now. Oh, sure. Chris, make that a picture so you're national. Can you fit that into
Very cool. So that's pretty awesome. So now we will move on to item 2.06, Educator of the Month, which is Miss Nally.
Today, we honor an educator in our school system who instills healthy living and physical fitness habits in all of her students' lives. Not only is Colleen Rowe an outstanding physical education teacher at Broadneck Elementary School, she has initiated a multitude of programs at her school that make her students excited. Gymnastic teams begin as early as the 2nd grade, where students perform choreographed routines at Spring Fling. In the words of her former student, Gabby, Mrs. Rowe runs an amazing dance program with cool music and great costumes. This year, we did Ghostbusters. Of special note is the ever-popular jump rope team, where students practice for hours outside of school in order to make the team. Colleen has taken the jump rope curriculum to a new level, and her jump ropers are the highlight at Spring Fling. Student Ella told us, "I was really stuck on backwards double under in jump rope, but Mrs. Rowe let me come after school and practice until I got it. She said she wanted to give me a Perseverance Award. That made me feel more confident and very proud of myself." Mrs. Rose strives every day to help her students be conscientious of their health and well-being. She also teaches them life skills and how to become independent thinkers. Challenging her students both mentally and physically, she teaches them to never give up and to persevere through any problem. Student Olivia said, "She always encourages me to keep trying to do my best, and she makes everything fun." Colleen also incorporates outside programs to raise student awareness of community issues. She works in conjunction with Broadneck's PTO to make the school's fundraiser, Race for Education, possible. Her organizational efforts in organizing the event have helped raise a tremendous amount of money for Broadneck Elementary School. Another student had this to say, "Mrs. Rowe shows good sportsmanship at dance festivals and at Race for Education." Mrs. Rowe is known for her many years of dedication to her students and the community. She is heavily involved in the twirling community and coaches the Broadneck High School twirling team. She is a respected mentor, teacher, and colleague who is willing to go above and beyond to promote success for all students. "Mrs. Rowe made me better at persevering. She pushes me to do my best," said Lizzie. Mrs. Rowe is one of a kind. She has inspired me to try new things and have a great work ethic. And according to Lily, she always adds a little magic or a special touch to everything. Colleen Rowe, you are the perfect example of a professional educator, showing high expectations for all of your students and working hard to be sure they all reach their potential. So for these reasons and more, the Board of Education congratulates you on being selected as Educator of the Month for November 2017.
Well, I was fortunate to work with Colleen as an assistant principal at Broadneck many years ago, so congratulations, and it's good to see you again.
Thanks.
And this is just a wonderful, wonderful recognition for well-deserved. But now, what little lie did they tell you to get you here? Are you supposed to give some presentation? or-
Yes, I was.
Okay. Okay, well, and who is here with you today? I see a lot
Let's
of folks.
see. Yeah, I have my principal, Mr. Noon, good friends. All my kids now have left me. They were now in 6th grade now. And let's see, Kim Bycar, my school counselor. My son, Brandon, who teaches at Broadneck High School. My husband, my other son, Colin, who's hiding.
Now, I remember the twins. They were about
Yes.
this big when they grown
He's
up.
back there.
Oh, well, listen, welcome, and we present you with the plaque and the bell, and we'll have an opportunity to take a group pictures afterwards, and thank you so
Perfect,
much.
thank you.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
And everyone stay for pictures, including all the students. We want to get a picture of you with your teacher, too. So stick around for a bit. All right. Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. And who has? Ms. Sasso.
This month, our nation would celebrate the American Education Week, part of which is set aside on November 15 to honor our educational support professionals. These dedicated employees are the vital link between public schools and the community. They are committed to public education and extremely loyal to their school systems. From instructional aides to custodians, secretaries, and more, it would be difficult for teachers and administrators to perform their jobs without their support. Meet Angela Capuano, special education teacher assisting at Rolling Knolls Elementary School. Ms. Capuano's performance is outstanding. In her work with students who have special capabilities, she helps students be successful and focused on learning every school day. She provides clear and consistent feedback to all students with whom she works, and she always helps her students reach their greatest potential. Angie is a dedicated and flexible team member. In her daily work with a variety of students with disabilities, she's able to provide dedicated and differentiated instruction while catering to students' special needs within the general educational classroom. When asked to complete a task, she swiftly executes it with fidelity and perfection. As a colleague, Ms. Capuano is simply the best. Her positive energy and outlook rubs off on everyone she comes in contact with every single day. She often trains other assistants at Nolan roles, providing new strategies and techniques for them to use so they can understand their role and be successful. She builds constructive working relationships categorized by a high level of acceptance, cooperation, and mutual respect. She's truly a role model. In every situation, Ms. Capuano goes above and beyond to help others. She often is willing to set up and fill in whenever she is needed. She substitutes in classrooms, fill-ins for lunch duty, and even has become the school's crossing guard to ensure the students can safely cross the street to get to school. Also, she serves as a mentor to many challenging students who need a positive role model. Angela Capuano, your positivity and energy make you well loved by every student at Rolling Knolls Elementary School. As an educational support professional, you provide an invaluable service to the teachers and administrators at your school. No matter what the task, you diligently attend to detail and pursue quality in accomplishing those tasks. You earn others' trust and respect through consistently honesty and professionalism in all of your interactions. On behalf of the Board of Education, the teachers, students, and staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, congratulations on being recognized Employee of the Month for November 2017. Well, Angie, this is a well-deserved one. How did they get you to come here? What did they tell you?
I was supposed to be supporting my principal and getting more TAs and TSAs. If there were any questions on my job, and she got me.
Okay. And who do you have here with you? Who has come to?
Well, my principal is here, Amy Chitwood, who is a huge role model for me, who I love and respect. And my husband, Gary, who I couldn't do this without, and my oldest son, Philip.
Well, congratulations. And here is your belt, which makes you the Employee of the Month. Thank you.
All right. Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Mr. Reinhardt.
Last school year, over 18,000 school volunteers dedicated their time and talents to benefit our AACPS students. Today, the Board of Education is proud to honor this multi-talented Volunteer of the Month, Mrs. Julie Norton, for her unwavering dedication to enrich students' school experiences, support teachers, and enhance the school environment of Mayo Elementary School. Julie has been a valuable part of Mayo Elementary School for more than 9 years. During this time, she has volunteered to be a room parent and also implemented and has actively sponsored the Mayo Elementary School Girls on the Run program for the past 5 years. Not only is Julie an active volunteer at Mayo Elementary School, she is the South River Youth Athletics Girls Lacrosse Commissioner and coaches 2 to 3 teams per season. Also, Julie reaches out to organize and run social skills groups for kids with disabilities. She also created a group called Stride for Pride, a running club for disabled and non-disabled kids. As Laurel Ward, a 5th grade teacher at Mayo Elementary, said, Julie Norton is selfless, kind-hearted, and fun. Jennifer Mobley, a 2nd grade teacher at Mayo Elementary, said that Julie embodies the definition of volunteer, both as a parent at our school and as a member of the Mayo Edgewater community. Wendy Hargrove, a 5th grade teacher, said that Julie exceeds all expectations when it comes to her commitment and dedication to help better both the Mayo Elementary community and South River community. Julie has 4 children, and Kathleen Fitzgerald, Mayo Elementary's principal, commented that she is always amazed at how organized she is with all that she has on her plate. The extremely successful Girls on the Run program that Julie implemented 5 years ago has been Julie's signature achievement at Mayo. Julie goes to the school 2 days a week for an hour and a half each day to coach this program. Both Miss Ward and Miss Hargrove are impressed by the remarkable way that Julie has connected with the girls she coaches. As Miss Mobley said, Julie has reached out to the teachers, families, and friends of our students to participate in helping and encouraging the girls. Miss Ward even noted that they are often having to expand the group because so many girls want to sign up or do Girls on the Run again. The Girls on the Run participants said that Julie compliments us and tells us to never give up, and she teaches us how to solve our own problems, and she encourages us. Because of Julie, they feel safe, confident, and proud of their accomplishments. Miss Norton, thank you for devoting these years of exemplary volunteer work to benefit the students, staff, and families of Mayo Elementary School. Would you please come forward? With great appreciation, I would like to present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell to you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Having a niece participate in Girls on the Run, I know how much that means.
It's a great program.
And Commissioner, it's no small time commitment.
It's true. It's very true. Thank you.
All right, so how'd they trick you?
Well, my husband works for the county, and he said he was getting recognized for their new conference room. kids are here, and my mother-in-law, and my parents, and my two sisters, and Mayo's principal. So yes.
Great.
Whew.
Well, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Item 2.09 is school and community highlights. Ms. Sasso.
I would like to say that I attended the Center of Applied Technology North Open House, and I was really flabbergasted. First, the meal was delicious. And second, wish that I had known, and now that I know about it, but literally, you can go online and order what they make. You know, so they have a lot of bakery things. So if you're going to have a birthday party, if you're going to have any party, please just go online and order from their culinary department rather than going to Giant or any of those, because it is really delicious. Thank you.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to attend with Ms. Sasso. It was a bad day to forget all my cash at home, since that was a cash-only pastry and bakery line. I did enjoy the dinner very much, and being the owner of a small bakery, I spent the bulk of my time at the open house in the kitchen. And what was a wonderful thing is not only were the students active and explaining everything that was going on in the kitchen and what they were making, but just the sheer number of alumni who came back to continue to support the program and support the teachers there in the culinary program. Just incredible. So hopefully, I'm going to put a pitch in there. Hopefully we have an opportunity to have some interns from Cat North come and grace our bakery, because just the work was incredible, the attention to detail, and just the flavor was second to none. Yeah, excellent job.
Ms. Corpolette.
I just want to add my congratulations to Josh Carroll. I've been judging Maryland Teacher of the Year for 5 years, and we've had finalists many times, but we finally produced the winner. So I'm very, very excited about that. And I did just want to share that I have to leave today at noon. So when I leave the dais, it's not for any other reason.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to give a shout out to North County High School. They've asked me to be an honorary captain this Friday night as they take on Southern High School. So I'm looking forward to being there. I hope I bring them some good luck as they, I know we're not supposed to bring sports into the boardroom along with politics, but I do want to say, I do want to say go Knights, so thank you.
So, I had the pleasure of stopping by Jones Elementary as they celebrated their 60-year anniversary, and what I discovered was it's only 60 years in the building where they currently are. It's been in existence longer than that. It was started as one of the Rosenwald schools that were started for African American students, and then it eventually became part of our school system. And there were alumni who had attended Jones Elementary, and they called it Jones's Elementary back in the 50s, that came out for the day. It was really something to see all the families that come out, and they had pictures going back years. So it was a neat celebration for the whole community. I also, Monday, had the pleasure of being present as we have these wonderful volunteers who we couldn't do things without in the school system. And one of our most dedicated volunteers over a large part of the county for many years has been Mike Fennessy. And on Monday at he's retiring, and his family he and his wife are moving, and so Glen Burnie High School dedicated the Mike Fennessy Innovation Room, which will be a special room for students to work on projects, and especially toward their signature program of public service, which Mike Fennessy has been a major part of over the years. So that was really great to be able to recognize someone who's had such a big impact and will continue to have a big impact on the schools and the students in the years to come. So, and now item 2.10 is the CAC report. No report today. Okay, item 2.11 is the PTA report.
Good morning, President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. Hola, mi nombre es Estefania Holler y soy la nueva presidenta de Anne Arundel County de PTA. Hi, I want to introduce myself as Estefania Holler, and I'm the new AACC-PTA president. Also wanted to introduce myself to our diverse international community here in Anne Arundel County, as we're an important part of our community. It has been a very busy past few weeks since I took office. Thank you, Allison. From several MDPTA trainings, various fundraisers happening all over the schools, and also as we're getting ready for the school system, we're also school days. We're also seeking parent involvement. We are happy to announce a new addition to the AAC PTA family. On October 3rd, Monarch Academy in Annapolis established a brand new PTA. Parents and teachers gathered at the school that afternoon and were led by Ray Leon through establishing their bylaws and forming a board. Their board is made up of a president, 2 vice presidents, a treasurer, a secretary, and several committee chairs. I know they will be successful and will be a great addition to already wonderful school. Welcome. Maryland PTA is also asking all units to please send their contact information sheets, even if their board is the same as last year, in order to receive your membership cards. And yesterday, copies of our audits should have been filled and submitted to Maryland PTA for the fiscal year of July 1st to June 30th. Please feel free to reach out to us for any help or information on how to submit all forms. Our next council board meeting will be held on November 14th at 5:30 here at the Powham Building. Everyone is welcome to attend, and we encourage PTA leaders across the county to get involved in the county level. We want to thank all parents, students, and teachers that make the PTA and PTSA such a successful organization in our county. The countless volunteer hours and commitments they bring to the school community is invaluable, as well as it is helping build a stronger school. In hoping that this year we will continue to grow in members and leaders, I want to always remind all PTAs units that the council is always here to help in any way we can. We always encourage families to join their local PTA and give their child a voice. Every child, one voice. Cada niño, una voz. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay. Now, next item is a review item 6.01, the high school intentional focus, 9th grade promotion rates. And we have a presentation.
Good morning, President Hummer, Vice President Gillen, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlato. My name is Kathy Kubik from the Office of School Performance. Our team is really excited this morning to share with you both the work and the results of our high school intentional focus. But first, let's meet the team.
Good morning again, Chris Struffer, Regional Assistant Superintendent, Arundel and South River Clusters.
Good morning, Vicki Plitt, the Principal, Glen Burnie High School.
Good morning, Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement.
Good morning, John Yor, Principal of Meade High School.
To frame the work of our intentional focus, think about how busy our high schools are each day with activities such as academics, more academics, athletics, community engagement, community service, special projects, technology, the arts, some social events, maybe a few more social events, and of course, school spirit. Our high school principals are busy people too, each one working every day with students, staff, and parents to contribute to one singular goal, graduation. Graduation is that magical time at the end of the year when each child gets to wear a cap and gown, march in a procession, and receive their high school diploma. Why then, might you ask, with so many things happening in our high schools every day, when we decided to narrow the work at each level to one intentional focus, would we not have chosen graduation and focused on seniors? The answer lies in years of historical data. First, the national graduation rates for high school seniors in 2015 for a 4-year cohort was 83%. Maryland has gone on to earn 88%, and Anne Arundel County has achieved 89%. But that's not good enough. If the primary goal of high schools is for students to earn a diploma, then we actually have to look further into the data. And here, as illustrated by the National High School Center at the American Institutes for Research, we see that the inability of some of our students to graduate actually begins in the 9th grade. This 9th grade bulge in our high school enrollments is due to too many students leaving 8th grade, coming to 9th grade, and taking 2 and sometimes 3 years to earn enough credits to go to 10th grade. As illustrated by one of our own Anne Arundel County Public Schools high schools' current enrollment data, however, history shows us that if we can get a 9th grader to 10th grader, we can then take them on to graduation. I'd like Mr. Trufford to give an overview of how we framed that work with our 9th graders for our high school principals.
Thank you, Dr. Kubik. As we continue with the high school intentional focus on 9th grade success, we have revised the format of our principals' leveled meetings to foster greater collaboration both among principals and the various offices that support teaching and learning within our high schools. The Office of School Performance has teamed with a number of other offices such as Curriculum and Instruction, Advanced Studies and Programs, Student Support Services, and the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement to support the attainment of high academic achievement goals within a learning environment that also attends to the many social emotional needs of our young adolescents as well. In alignment with our intentional focus goal, we have sought to increase sharing of ideas across our schools that strengthen our collective work with 9th graders, and have now developed a format that will allow principals to see each other's classrooms and schools and to observe teachers to better understand how to best energize 9th graders with engaging instruction that is both rigorous and developmentally appropriate. Directors of School Performance Lisa Lighthoff and Julie Cares have done an outstanding job of incorporating principal feedback into the development of these meeting agendas that allow collegial discourse coupled with a focus on teaching and learning and instructional leadership. Principals have enjoyed and thrived within this format over the past 2 school years and have benefited from this higher level of engaging, job-embedded professional development. It continues to be our desire to not only ensure every 9th grader passes successfully to 10th grade, but that each of these learners exits 9th grade highly motivated, excited, and engaged, looking forward to the years of high school that lie ahead of them.
Thanks, Chris. After 2 years of working on our high school intentional focus with our principals and central office partners, let me share with you some of the results. First, each high school made great progress in the percent of 9th graders successfully earning a promotion to the 9th grade. In fact, last year as a district, we earned an unprecedented 95.9% of our 9th graders making it to 10th grade. That's pretty cool. One specific tool that we use to accomplish these results is called the Early Warning Indicator List, or EWI. It uses 3 variables, academics, attendance, and behavior, to identify those 8th graders who previously had these characteristics but were not successful when they came to 9th grade. Based on those 3 indicators, IDD created a list of students for each school so that they could work with the students even before they started their first day of 9th grade. I'd like to illustrate Glen Burnie High School's data. They had last year 191 students on their EWI list, 191 students who shared the same characteristics of students before them who were not successful. But with new structures and practices, 159 of those 191 did go on and earn a promotion to 10th grade. Ms. Plitt, can you share your story?
Thanks, Dr. Kubik. Systems thinking at Glen Burnie High School focuses on how we can best meet the needs of our students. This current school year, we have 416 EWI students. That's approximately 70% of our freshman class. And because of that, We categorized our students into a tiered system to best meet their needs. Students were identified as either Tier 1, 2, or 3 based on the number of indicators they were presented. We currently have 15 students in our Tier 3, which includes all of the indicators. We have 186 students in Tier 2, and 215 of those students in Tier 1. We created an action plan that includes a variety of supports to ensure student success and promotion to the 10th grade. Our action steps include monitoring data daily, engaging and communicating with students and families, recognizing good and improved student behavior, providing personal outreach, and removing barriers so that students have a higher possibility for success. Most of our students in Tier 1 have multiple school absences, and because of that, a cluster and school-wide approach was developed to address attendance concerns. We have scheduled attendance competitions, attendance assemblies, and incentives are being implemented at Glen Burnie High School. Student input is being used to develop high-interest, student-centered activities. Our Tier 2 students have multiple school absences and course failures. These students receive additional supports, including meeting weekly with a mentor to monitor performance and attendance. School counselors monitor attendance and grade sheets, and they plan scheduled meetings with struggling students to clarify expectations and listen to the student voice. We also have scheduled and monitored embedded supports, such as in-school learning labs, our flex period, Monday after-school support, and our National Honor Society tutoring. Our Tier 3 students need the most intense supports. They receive the same supports as Tier 1 and Tier 2, but in addition, they meet with their assigned administrator on a daily basis and our Alt 1 teacher. We also have implemented in our school improvement plan various professional developments to support teachers with this type of student. Last year, Glen Burnie High School, under this plan, had the highest increase in the county, with 3.5% of our students increase in the graduation from the previous year.
Thanks, Vicki. Dr. Gillens, can you add how your office is supporting all students at the district level?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kubik. I will speak to the tenets of District 203. District 203 represents a whole child approach that supports student achievement. I will highlight a few of the tenets to demonstrate how District 203 takes that whole child approach. The growth mindset tenet focuses on perseverance, process praise, goal setting, reflection, and the power of yet. Knowing the stories tenet focuses on making connections and building relationships. And the Be Nice tenet focuses on being kind, respecting differences, and being empathetic towards others. The district's early dismissal days are devoted for professional development around empathy, which supports the Be Nice tenet. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement chose empathy because it is important for educators to actively attempt to understand another person's perspective, emotions, and reality. Our children come to us from all walks of life and have had a wide range of experiences. When we begin to understand the whole child, then we can address their individual needs. Empathy supports our work around equitable practices, making sure that each child is receiving what they need academically, socially, and emotionally.
Thanks, Maisha. Finally, let's take a look at how the idea of an intentional focus for a high school became an actual reality for some of our most valuable students at Meade High School. Mr. John Yor.
Thank you. Several years ago, our team examined data related to graduation rate, even before the county made 9th grade an intentional focus. Many years of data indicated we were losing students during their first year of high school. If graduation rate was significant, and it is, we had to do an infinitely better job during our students' first year of high school. I told my staff, if we are going to lose better than 18% of our students, or rather nearly a fifth of our 9th grade students, the issue rose above an educational issue. I called this mission a moral imperative. to immediately do something different, something bold, something which is right and good for students. We created a cohort and called it our Mustang Stable. Since then, the acronym has come to mean Success Through a Balanced Learning Environment. The cohort was created to address the academic, social, and emotional needs of our most at-risk incoming freshmen to ensure their success and promotion to 10th grade. Some of the early warning indicators we included at that time included GATE scores, referrals, suspensions, attendance, and grades, and of course conversations with key middle school staff. Our original data indicated the selected students might earn 2 to 4 credits based on prior data. However, 80% of those students earned all 8 that year, and 93% earned credits required to become a 10th grader the following year. That year, which was 1 year earlier than Ms. Plitt just referenced, we had the largest increase in 10th grade promotion rates from 85.52% to 93.03. This past year, we saw similar results rising to 93.86%. If there is any concern that the standards are compromised, last year our stable students outperformed my 9th grade on the humanities benchmarks. While we continue to address many issues at Meade, our intentionality around 9th grade is making a difference, and that difference can be seen in the faces of our students.
We've shared with you the impact of the intentional focus on the district and on schools. We'd like to end with sharing with you the impact on Thomas and hearing Thomas' story.
So Thomas was scheduled to be here. And what can I say about Thomas? I think that picture says it all. Thomas is pretty awesome. Unfortunately, Thomas could not be here today, and he was sorry he couldn't. He is at his mother's funeral. Thomas will tell you, if it had not been for the stable, he would not have been as successful. However, he does have resiliency about him that's hard to predict that. I only allowed the best and most compassionate and empathetic teachers and a coordinator that I could find to be part of the stable, that first stable teaching team and that team. I'm going to tell you a little story and I'll connect it to Thomas. Ms. Plitt became an honorary member of our team. If you do not know, Ms. Plitt is a Meade alum, and I believe still the only freshman to hit a home run out of the park on the softball field. That first year we started the stable, she and I were doing an observation of the stable. She came over, and during that observation, she met Thomas. She gravitated to Thomas for, I believe, at least 2 reasons. One you can see in the picture, and the other was because he had some Dallas attire on, which I have since banned. 2 weeks later, after she had been to Dallas, she brought back and gave Thomas a care package from her trip to Dallas. And that's the reason I'm pointing that out. The relationships matter. Students do not care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that is a foundation of the stable. I told my entire staff 4 years ago when we started this conversation that the stable was never intended to simply be about a cohort of 9th grade students. All students deserve to be in a place where they are valued and respected for who they are, and a place where no one will give up on them. This had to become simply the way we did business at Meade. Thomas will tell you, because of this team who believed in him and wrapped all levels of service around him, and those include academic and psychosocial emotional support, he is on target to graduate and will be prepared to enroll in college, and potentially he will be playing college football. Thomas has earned honor roll a couple of times, and he has conveyed sincere appreciation for the love and support he has received from the Meade family. One of the things he did, he asked Ms. Contesti, who was my former coordinator of the program, who is now my assistant principal, he asked if his brother could be enrolled in the stable. And for me, that is a resonating endorsement of the work and the impact. So thank you for your time, and we're very excited to be able to share the work we're doing, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Thanks, and we'll take any questions if you have them.
I just want to say I am regularly at Glen Burnie High School, and I can attest to the atmosphere that's there of the care and concern that they have for all their students. And I had the pleasure of visiting the Mustang stable at the beginning of the year and seeing the teachers in action in the classroom with those students. And I can attest from both of those that I do believe you're both being very successful in letting your students know that you care about them. And so I applaud your efforts.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you to each of you for being here, and certainly to the principals. But Mr. Yor, there's some things we're certainly not able to say out here that would be inappropriate for us, but this board knows what you've been doing the last few days, and on behalf of the board, I just want to thank you for all that you're doing to help our students, to help their families during this time. So thank you.
Thank you, and the support from the board members here and the board at the table in front of me has always been felt and is always evident, and I appreciate that.
Ms. Sasso.
I would like to give a hurrah to this AACPS equity, because I met with Dr. Arlotto like we meet every month, and I was talking to him about the NSBA, the National School Board Association. They are now basically developing an equity policy, which is really funny because Dr. Arlotto states to me, we already have it and we have the programs for it. And I asked Dr. Arlotto if basically at the National School Board Association next year meeting, if we could present to all of the United States when they meet what we do for equity. And I think this is just an outstanding program. Thank you.
Dr. Arlotto.
And I just want to voice my thank you. This is incredible work from the Office of School Performance, and to the audience and those watching and to the board. Leadership matters, and the 5 of the folks sitting in front of you are incredible leaders and making a difference in a very loving and caring way on behalf of our students and our community. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. We will now take a brief break to have pictures taken with our employee, volunteer, and educators of the month. So everyone head to the lobby. we're going to resume. It was brought to my attention that I forgot after the high school intentional focus presentation, I forgot to ask for public comment. So if there's anyone who would like to speak to high school intentional focus, please come up at this time.
Good morning, I'm Teresa Sutherland. First, I wanted to say that was a wonderful presentation, and the work that that group and their staffs are doing is just tremendous. I've seen a lot of testimony over the years when I worked at the county about ninth grade and the decline between ninth grade and 12th grade and the focus on addressing that issue. So as I listened to that testimony, a couple of things struck me. One of the things I heard is we lose almost 90% of our ninth grade students, and that it rises above being an education issue. That at Glen Burnie High School, 70% of the students have been identified with these early warning indicators, and there's an action plan that includes removing barriers, and we heard about attendance being a problem, and that the system wants to take a whole child approach and look at the psychosocial emotional support of the students as well. I want to suggest, as you continue that focus on ninth grade, that if you want to improve the attendance and academic achievement and psychosocial emotional support for your ninth graders and your 10th graders and your 11th graders and your 12th graders, that you consider starting high school at 8:30 or later, which will allow them to get the sleep that their developing minds and bodies require. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutherland. Now we will move on to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. And I will call the first group: Lisa Taylor Soriero, Lawrence Earl, Randy Williams, and John Earl. Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. Morning. I'm John Earl from Shadyside, Maryland. Yeah, so the last school board meeting, Maria, you read an email from your fiance and in regards to cell tower safety. And when I met with him in person, you know, he personally told me he's not an expert on the safety of cell towers. He's a ham radio operator and enjoys the technology. Never would claim to be an expert. So I just caution you guys to just be careful who you're getting advice from. Just like any other issue that you take on, it's important that you're getting information from knowledgeable people. So I'd like to read to you a letter from an expert in the field, Dr. David Carpenter, the director of the Institute for Health and Environment at the University of Albany, which I've sent this to you guys. Hopefully you read it. So anyway, I'll read his letter. Dear Anne Arundel School Board, I am a public health physician who has been involved in issues related to EMFs for several decades. He served as the executive secretary for New York Power Line Project in the 80s that proved that actually children living in homes of elevated magnetic fields from power lines were suffering elevated risks of developing leukemia. After that project was completed, I served as the spokesperson for New York State on issues related to both power line and radio frequency RFs. I served as director of the Wadsworth Laboratory at the New York State Department of Health and as well as being the Dean of the School of Public Health at the University of Albany, SUNY. I have edited 2 books on effects of EMFs, ranging from the low frequency fields to the higher radio frequency microwave radiation that we're seeing from cell towers. He also served, I'm reading his letter, but I served as the co-editor of the Bioinitiative Report, a comprehensive review of literature showing biological effects at non-thermal levels of exposure, which has been published in peer-reviewed journals. He also served as the President's Cancer Panel in 2009. So thus, this is a subject that I know well, and one which I take a public health approach rooted in the fundamental principle of the need to protect against the risk of disease, even when one may not have all of the information that would be desirable. There is clear and strong evidence that intensive use of cell phones increases the risk of brain cancers, tumors of the auditory nerve, cancers of the parotid gland, and the salivatory gland in the cheek by the ear. Cell towers direct their beam in all directions, such that anyone nearby is continuously exposed to radio frequency radiation. While the intensity is much less than one would receive holding a cell phone, to your head, the emissions from a cell tower are continuous. Thus, the aggregate exposure over time coming from being close to a cell tower can be very significant. A child in a school with a nearby cell tower will be exposed every moment he or she is at school. Thus, this is a particular concern when a cell tower is to be placed near a school. And if I could just have a few seconds to finish.
You've got to wrap it up, Mr.
All right. So the last thing in his letter is to say that the placement of cell towers should be as far away as possible from where humans are present. Certainly having a cell tower near an elementary school is dangerous to the health of every child attending the school. Thank you for your consideration. That's Dr. David's letter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Earl.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lisa Taylor Serrero. I'm from Shadyside, Maryland. I've been teaching for 15 years now, and the last 10 years in the county. I have 3 boys, and my youngest attends Shadyside Elementary School. And as many of you already know, I've been adamantly against the proposed cell tower at Shadyside. I'm kind of tired of the politics of it all. I'm not a good public speaker. I'm just doing my best to do the right thing. I'm not going to just lecture about non-ionizing radiation and all those things and quote things about cancer and autism and learning disabilities. You've heard all about that from me. I've sent you a million emails, and my husband has, and I guess we all have. And you've heard it all a million times. I'm not going to quote the American Academy of Pediatrics or Autism One. There's a million quotes I could send you, but you've been sent those links. You've already heard how the principal and the PTO shut us out of the PTO meeting. The people who are against the tower were not permitted to go in. What I am going to stress with you today is that this is not a done deal. You don't have to keep up this lease agreement with Milestone. PG County ended their lease agreement with Milestone. It seems that there's some kind of myth that because of the Telecommunications Act that we have to continue this. And it's not true. I mean, Kevin Maxwell ended the agreement. And in their initial lease agreement, they said that these things shouldn't go on elementary schools. I mean, just to keep our kids safe, I mean, because they're the most vulnerable. I'm just, as a parent, I'm looking to homeschool my son next year. I'm a firm believer in the public school system. I've taught for 15 years. I don't want to have to pull my kid out of school. I just, I don't know. I have no words. Thank you.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Randy Williams, and I've brought with me today copies of our petitions, which you have seen some. Change.org, we had over 300 signatures, and a lot of those show up as different addresses. I live in Shadyside, Maryland. Mine shows up as Pennsylvania. I don't know why, so I didn't sign that when I signed a written petition, but there are several comments. There's over 50 comments on the change.org, and there are over 100 other signatures. So we have altogether about 400 signatures, plus some people have signed both petitions. Please look at those. But I'm going to talk today about the medical side since I am a nurse. And the JAMA, which is the Journal of the American Medical Association, published a study back in October of 2011, which I found fascinating. Maternal exposure to magnetic fields during pregnancy in relationship to the risk of asthma in the offspring. The study was conducted in the United States using Kaiser Permanente pregnant women in Northern California. So it was a U.S. study. There have been a lot of European studies, but this is one that was really important in the U.S. And I wanted to bring it to your attention if you haven't seen it. The subjects had monitoring devices for 24 hours during certain trimesters of their pregnancy. The subjects were tested between, they had subjects between the years of 96 to 98. And then subsequently, the children were followed up for up to 13 years if they were diagnosed with asthma. These are the results of the study. They found a statistically significant relationship between increased levels of MF exposure in pregnancy and the risk of asthma. I'm not going to talk about how much exposure people get because everybody else has talked about that. I'm talking about the medical side. I'm going to email you this study today so you can see it. Teachers of childbearing age and their offspring need to be assured that this board will do everything it can to protect them and use its power to provide a safe working environment inside and outside of the school, at the playground, in the ball fields, and in the school. This is the economics of asthma, in case you don't have a child with asthma. I don't spend $30 billion, but the U.S. spends $30 billion a year to deal with asthma every year. For medications, my daughter who has asthma, I just found out this year that her copay for Pulmicort went up to over $300, so I had to change to another drug. In closing, I just wanted to say that, you know, it's not home radioactive hobby guys that are going to be injured. It's going to be the children. We need to take a close look at this, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Larry Earl. I live here in Annapolis, and I'm actually here on behalf of my daughter, Jessica Earl Richter, who, along with her husband, Sam, and our almost 5-year-old granddaughter, live with us. They live with us because Jessica is continuing to battle the effects of brain cancer. Because she couldn't be here today, she has asked that I read a letter from her to the board, and I have copies here for you, in which she talks about her feelings about electromagnetic frequencies and how it applies to the Shadyside Elementary School cell tower. So Jessica writes the following: "It pains me to have to tell my story, as I am one of those who have been deeply affected by electromagnetic frequencies, particularly cell phone usage and the growing number of cell towers that support cell phone transmissions. 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with a grade 4 glioblastoma brain tumor. 2 surgeries later at Johns Hopkins, I'm still fighting to beat the odds. I'm confident I developed brain cancer over time as a result of heavy cell phone use and being exposed to the ever-expanding forest of cell towers emitting the same invisible toxic EMFs. I was like everyone else, uneducated about the dangers of too much cell phone use and uneducated about the dangers presented by the cell towers that allow cell use. I just trusted that I was safe because, of course, they would not put humanity in a dangerous situation. Studies today clearly show there is a danger to these invisible frequencies, especially to the brains of young children. It does not take long for a child's brain to be affected negatively. The results of exposure, unfortunately, can take years to surface. The proposed cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School would radiate these children during their entire school day and without the children having a choice in the matter. To me, this is truly unconscionable. Just one study of the many that are out there now that shows EMF danger to the brain should be reason enough to err on the side of safety and to not build this tower. The tower will not only affect the elementary school at Shadyside, but will also negatively affect residents in the vicinity 24 hours a day, many with small children, to include 6 of my beloved nieces and nephews. This must absolutely be stopped. The suffering that comes along with this horrible and frightening disease not only affects the person with the cancer, but the entire family support mechanism. As my doctor says, brain cancer was virtually unknown 100 years ago. What's changed? Technology. Our brain is the most sensitive organ we have. The toxic effects of carcinogenic EMFs accumulate and are very real. Thank you.
Priscilla Smith, Patricia Mathis, Lyndon Nguyen, Mike Shea, and V.K. Holtzendorf.
Priscilla Smith, Shadyside. I'm a resident of Shadyside, a teacher, and the mother of 6. I oppose the decision to put a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary School. I am here to speak for all my neighbors and the children that cannot be here today. The Board of Education's mission statement is to provide leadership, vision, and support to Anne Arundel County Public Schools that ensures an equitable, world-class education and creates a lifelong learning by 1, promoting community collaboration, 2, developing responsive policies, and 3, holding ourselves accountable for the results, right? So the word equitable means fair and impartial. With this tower, parents would not have, they'd be forced to put their kids in exposures of radiation every single day. This would be government-mandated radiation for our children. This is not equitable. Number 1, promoting community collaboration. Collaboration implies that you will work together with the community, not the cell phone tower companies. How could you approve putting a cell phone tower right next to an elementary school and playground without the approval of the neighboring residents and the parents at that school? Because I live right next to the school, we were one of just a small handful of neighbors that received a tiny little piece of mail that was actually in the gutter next to my mailbox that told us that the cell tower was going to be erected and that there was a meeting that we could come to. But because I live next to that school, we were able to spread the word. And that's the only way that our community found out. Parents from the school were never going to be told until the cell tower was going up. And how we know that is because my husband called the PTO president and she told us that she had no idea that they were going through with this until she was going to be, she was not let in on those final meetings, which she thought she was going to be. So that right there, so only collaboration I've seen so far is with the board and the cell phone companies and the tower companies. Number 2, developing responsive policies. This implies that you'll listen to the concerns of parents and the community to develop policies that reflect the needs of students in that school. I cannot think of how a cell phone tower on a school would have any benefit to the education of students. And this policy of putting cell phone towers on school grounds is only responsive to the cell phone companies and not the students that you are representing. Number 3, holding ourselves accountable for the results. The result of putting this tower up is that you'll be putting hundreds of children in danger. The American Academy of Pediatrics states on their website, in recent years, studies have confirmed concerns that living nearby cell phone towers increase the risk of developing headaches, memory problems, dizziness, depression, and sleep problems. Will all of you be held accountable for my children's health and health of the children living and going to school under this tower? I'm holding you accountable for fixing this problem. Your own mission statement holds you accountable. You will not be able to claim ignorance to the dangers of putting a cell phone tower next to a school. You've been well informed by the community. You must remedy this issue and make sure that our kids are safe. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Nguyen. I live in Shady Side, a mile from the proposed Milestone Cell Tower at Shady Side Elementary, and I have children who will be attending Shady Side Elementary School next year and 3 years from now. I came to the last Board of Education meeting, and I want to point out a few things that I found disturbing and contradictory to promoting community collaboration, developing responsive policies, and holding yourselves accountable for the results. First, after public comment by at least 5 people about the proposed Milestone Cell Tower at Shady Side Elementary School, there was no response from the board, while every other issue that was brought up in comment throughout the night had at least points of clarification or questions, if not lengthy discussions by all board members. The only response, if you could call it one, was a letter written by someone Board Member Sasso knows that gave his opinion about cell tower radiation. One of our community members, John Earl, had spoken with Board Member Sasso at a previous meeting, and she promised to ask for a vote on the proposed cell tower at Shady Side Elementary if John's radio frequency calculations were accurate, which they are, which is undisputed. This leads me to question how and why a person appointed to represent the public, taxpayers, students, and parents would say one thing at one meeting on behalf of the board and to someone she represents and then not follow through with her word at a subsequent meeting. If there is good reason for this, the public and those you represent would love to hear it. Finally, at the last board meeting, there was a resolution presented by board members, I believe it was Board Member Reinhardt, condemning the proposed construction of the high-speed maglev train because it would be disruptive and dangerous to certain schools and because of community concerns. Why the acknowledgement of disruption and danger and community concern for one corporate proposal but not another? Please equally condemn the construction of hazardous cell towers on children's school grounds and playgrounds. Please heed the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics and numerous public health experts regarding the reduction of cell radiation. Please find an alternative solution to this very bad milestone deal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Mathis, and I live in Annapolis. I have children and grandchildren who live in Shady Side. This is my second time to address the board on the issue of the proposed cell tower at Shady Side. I don't like having to speak again in front of you, but what you're proposing to do is too consequential for me to remain silent. I hope that you've been researching the scientific evidence concerning the possible dangers of living or spending time near cell towers. I have read articles, viewed videos, and lectures that are sounding the alarm about the dangers of EMFs and RFs and how much we are increasingly exposed to them. Those warnings are coming from scientists, researchers, and writers who are not connected to the cell phone cell tower industry and therefore not benefiting financially from those industries. I believe they're free to be more truthful. My hope is that you'll change your minds and not approve a cell tower at Shady Side Elementary or any elementary school. Other counties in Maryland and other countries have already made that decision to not erect cell towers on elementary schools. They have seen the research and the warnings and have chosen to be cautious, even if all the facts are not in. Our tiny 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds at Shady Side don't need to start accumulating even more radiation from a tower erected very near their playground and school, the dire effects of which may not be realized for 10 or more years. How will you feel if the warnings that are being sounded turn out to be absolutely right, and you did not listen. The differences between our wireless devices and a cell tower is that we can choose to turn off our cell phones, and we can wire our devices in our homes, but the tower can never be shut off. Those who are nearby have to suffer the effects of constant exposure. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is V.K. Holzendorf. I live in Shadyside. This is my third time to be here to speak with you. Yes, we are concerned about the cell tower. Yes, we are concerned about the health of our children, but I'm here to tell you I'm concerned about my ability to participate. And when I went to the Parent Teachers Association, because I was pointed out in amongst a group of parents and grandparents as not acceptable to be allowed in the school board meeting, the door was shut in our face and the police were called. You need to do something about that. The next meeting is next Thursday in Shadyside. I intend to go, and I don't want to be there and have the police called on me again because I'm a citizen, a grandparent who wants to participate. And yes, I do have an opinion about the cell tower, but I'm going to have some opinion about other things as well. And I want to participate. You've been here all morning long celebrating all the success, the great teachers, the great programs, all of those things. You talk about community support. You talk about inclusion and empathy. I want to see some action taken on what I'm requesting. And what I want to know is when I go to the school board PTO meeting at Shadyside Elementary next Thursday night, am I going to have the door shut in my face and the police called or not? And I need an answer before next Thursday. Thank you.
Ms. Korbalek.
I just wanted to clarify for the public that Shadyside is not a PTA. They are a PTO. PTA has the protection of your county, state, and national level. If you have issues like this, the PTO is a local formed organization, which is separate from AACPS.
Mike Shea. I met with Tyson Bennett for about an hour on Monday because we need to fix this problem now. Access and participation by the parents that have children in the school needs to happen. This is how the hamburger's made. This is how the discussions are. And Stacy, I will address that the school system has an implied relationship. They have their fingerprints all over the PTO. It is the principal that is shutting the door, participating in the discrimination. What happens when Theodore Quibble points out an African American, points out an Asian, points out a Latino? They are participating in the discrimination. The PTO is able to put inserts into the children's folder. The assistant superintendent for that region is telling Mr. Casey what can and cannot be on the PTO agenda. If you want to go to the next, if you want to claim independence and go to the next venue, which is not here, we will discuss whether the school board is part of the relationship. But I say, let's solve it now. Take some direction from your counselor, who was appalled, shocked and appalled at what he heard, that first of all, the participation wasn't happening. People, you saw the people that came here. They don't want to come and disrupt. They want to participate in their children's future. I was turned out. My grandchild was beat up in that school. I have a safety issue at that school. We're not a one-issue person. We want to participate in our children's future, and to be denied that and be assisted by the school system of discrimination. Access and participation. That's all we're asking. It's not too much.
That's all the cards I have. Is there any other public comment? Okay. All right. Next are consent items. Items 4.01 through 4.03 are consent items. Do I have a motion to bundle these items? So moved. Second? Okay. All those in favor? Motion passes. So, now, do I have a motion to move these items from information to action? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, motion passes. And Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the Board of Education approve and award contracts as listed under the consent items 4.01, 4.02, and 4.03.
All those in favor? All right, motion passes. Item 5.01 is administrative personnel appointments. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the board approve the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and/or appointed.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments? All those in favor? Motion passes. 8-0. Item 5.02 is personnel. It's also an action item. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Second. Any board questions or comments? Mr. Reinhardt.
I'd just like to take this opportunity to point out that the most recent data available from the Census Department, or the Bureau of the Census, excuse me, from 2016 shows that 31% of residents of Anne Arundel County are from minority groups, and that to date, for the current school year, we're hiring at approximately 22.5% from minority groups. So we're certainly making some strong progress towards our goal to have a teaching staff representative of the communities in which we live, and like to encourage Human Resources to keep up the great work in their recruitment efforts for our minority candidates to the school system.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. All right, any other board questions or comments? All those in favor? Motion passes 8-0. Okay, next we have items 5.03, 5.04, 5.05, and 5.06, the FY 2018 Healthcare Premium Holiday for TAC, AEL, AFSCME, and SAAC. Do I hear a motion to bundle items 5.03 through 5.06? No, through 6.
So moved.
Okay. So, yeah, you just say it. You make the motion.
Madam President, read what's in front of me. I move that the board bundle items 5.03 through 5.06.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? All right. And Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the tentative agreement regarding the FY 2018 Healthcare Premium Holiday between the Board of Education and the Teachers Association, the Administrative Association, AFSCME, and SAAC.
Second.
All right. And we have a presentation.
Yes, hi,
Ms.
good morning,
Rawls.
Mrs. Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. My name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. I am pleased to announce that the negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County, the Association of Educational Leaders, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 1693, and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County have reached a tentative agreement regarding a health care premium holiday for FY 2018. As you are aware, numerous changes were made to Anne Arundel County Public Schools health care plan design to address ongoing and significant economic challenges to the health care fund balance. In its fiscal year 2018 budget, the county government provided funding to help offset increases to employee health care costs. In brief, the following terms were agreed upon. The board will set aside a fund not to exceed $7.5 million to provide employees with a premium holiday. The board will pay the employee premium share for all eligible employees participating in the HMO or the triple option plan beginning on the first salary distribution in January of 2018. Additional information regarding the criteria for the premium holiday can be found on the AACPS website. I would like to thank Bill Jones, the Executive Director of TAC, Richard Binfer, the TAC President, Will Myers, President of AEL, and Nelson Harine, Vice President of AEL, as well as Corey Blake, Special Assistant to the Executive Director, AFSCME Council 67, and Roland Johnson, President of AFSCME Local 1693, as well as Bradley Jarjan, UNISERV Director for SAAC, and Helen Wilkerson, President of SAAC, for their dedicated efforts in this endeavor. As such, I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes.
Are there any board questions or comments? Okay. Is there any public comment? All right. All those in favor of approving the FY 2018 Healthcare Premium Holiday for TAC, AEL, AFSCME, and SAAC? Okay. Motion passes 8-0. Item 5.07 is the FY 2018 Healthcare Premium Holiday for Unit 5 and 6 employees. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the board approve the FY 2018 Healthcare Premium Holiday for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees.
All right. Ms. Rawls.
Yes, again, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. Terms of employment have been established for a healthcare premium holiday for AACPS non-represented Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for FY 2018. In brief, the board will set aside a fund not to exceed $7.5 million to provide employees with a premium holiday to help offset increases to employee health care costs. The board will pay the employee premium share for all eligible employees participating in the HMO or the triple option plan beginning on the first salary distribution in January of 2018. Additional information regarding new rates and the terms of the criteria for the premium holiday can be found on the AACPS website. I respectfully request your approval of the terms of employment for FY18.
Are there any board questions or comments? Okay. Are there any public comment? All right. All those in favor? Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, Ms. Rawls, for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 5.08 is the board position on the Baltimore, Washington superconducting maglev project. This is an action item. We did receive some public comment, which all board members received. Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, Madam President. My understanding is that the route for this maglev line is not finally proposed for at least its part through the county, and I think our consideration should wait until such time it is finally proposed, and therefore I move to table the board's consideration of this resolution until such time as there is a final proposed route.
Oh, sorry. There's no second, so motion fails at this time. Ms. Korbelek.
I wanted to propose a couple of amendments to the statement, if it's appropriate to do that at this time. Okay. For similar reasons to Mr. Grannon, because this seems to be a moving target and we're changing routes and proposals, I was hoping we could make the language a little broader. In paragraph 2, I'm proposing that it reads, as such, the board hereby expresses its adamant opposition to any Baltimore, Washington superconducting maglev train project route that is disruptive to our schools and surrounding communities. In paragraph 3, it says on the third line that these communities, the communities they serve, would suffer severe and potentially reversible impacts. I would like to amend that to could. the beginning of the third paragraph, it also says would be significantly detrimental. I would like to change that to the environmental impacts of this project have the potential to be significantly detrimental. And then the closing line would match the change in paragraph 2. We firmly oppose any SC maglev route that is disruptive to our schools and surrounding communities.
Now we will have discussion on this amendment. Do we vote first and then have discussion? Sorry, but parliamentary procedure. All right. Sorry, I had to clarify my Robert's rules on that. So we've had a second, so now we can discuss the amendment that Ms. Korbelak has proposed to change the statement to, in the second paragraph, to say, as such, the board hereby expresses its adamant opposition to any SC maglev route that is disruptive to our schools and surrounding communities. Paragraph 3 would change the communities they serve could suffer severe and potentially irreversible impacts. Paragraph 4, the environmental impacts of this project have the potential to be significantly detrimental. And paragraph 4 would repeat that we oppose any route that is disruptive to our schools and surrounding communities. So that is what we are discussing. Ms. Sasso.
Yes, I firmly agree that we should basically issue a statement, because if we don't say anything, basically they will continue the route they're doing, because they will look at it like, nobody is opposing it. So we should have a statement so that they know that we know and that we don't agree with it.
Mr. Reinhardt.
I also agree that because it's a moving target, it is important for us to speak out specifically to the route. I also believe that the changes to the statement as proposed by Ms. Korbelak help limit the scope of the statement as well. Reading many of the comments, both on the internet and that were provided to us through official channels, it's clear that many of our constituents feel that by painting a broad stroke across all transportation projects, that we're overstepping our boundaries, and by just standing up to proposed routes that affect our schools and school properties, that this limits our scope. So I agree with Ms. Korbelak's amendments to the statement.
Mr. Grannon.
I'll just take this opportunity to say briefly that I understand and appreciate where Ms. Korbelak's proposed amendments are coming from. Nonetheless, to me, that kind of emphasizes the idea that, making this, I guess, more vague because it is a moving target, to me, emphasizes all the more why it's premature. I have not formed any preconceived conclusion about a position on the final route, and I think we should act when the final route is proposed, and I just want to explain that's the reason that I'm going to be voting against this resolution today.
And I also support these changes. I think it's important that we speak up as they're considering routes to let me know that we don't want routes to go through our school properties and have that, and so that when they are discussing and planning the routes, that they make sure that any proposed thing will be routed around our school properties. It's directly to the impact on the education and our buildings, facilities, and the communities that they serve. So are there any other board questions or comments on this amendment? Is there any public comment on the amendment? Public comment on the amendment? So if you have it, yes, come on up. This is just for the changes that are proposed in the amendment.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Keisha Brown. I serve as the Director of External Affairs for the Northeast Maglev, the Baltimore-Washington Rapid Rail. I know that it seems like right now there is amendments on the floor. I would like to speak now, I guess, on those amendments, and I'm sure that will take care of my comments for the full proposal as well. We actually respectfully request that the board table the proposed statement against the maglev project. The Baltimore-Washington Rapid Rail acknowledges the concerns expressed in the proposed position statement, and we intend to address those concerns. We are still very early in the environmental study process and believe that many of the concerns will be addressed as the study continues. Thus, it would be premature to advance board opposition in the absence of these facts. To provide meaningful input on the project, an alternate approach could be to provide comments related to the routes and their potential effects specifically on school communities. First and foremost, the remaining 3 alternative routes being studied are underground by any schools in Anne Arundel County. We are confident that there will not be any perceptible vibrations felt above ground to the schools in any of the proposed routes. For decades, the U.S., as many of us know, has been studying and making attempts to enhance our nation's railway infrastructure to compete, quite frankly, with the rest of the world. And BWRR is a private U.S. company based here in Maryland that's committed to addressing the Northeast Corridor's transportation challenges by introducing the world's fastest train, the superconducting maglev. As the Federal Railroad Administration and the Maryland Department of Transportation conduct studies under the National Environment Protection Act, also known as NEPA, we're currently in this NEPA process, which takes years, no final routes have been selected for this project at this time. While the project is early in the environmental study process, we have held several meetings throughout the state and DC, and we want to work with local communities who are during this process and committed to maintaining open dialogue. So I appreciate the opportunity to come before you this afternoon. As the study progresses, the routes will be narrowed down to a preferred route, which will undergo scrutiny by dozens of state as well as federal agencies. A detailed list of impacts will be identified and comprehensive measures to mitigate or prevent impacts will be developed. An important part of studying potential routes is to minimize community impacts. This process entails working in cooperation with all of our stakeholders, including this board, to arrive at an acceptable solution. The proposed statement raises some questions about exits and ventilation areas, and I did want to be able to address those concerns in particular. Similar to current underground trains like WMATA's Metro, there would be emergency exits and ventilation plants required by regulation. However, is that my time? Is that what it's okay? I'm gonna wrap this up. But I did want to just know that there is flexibility on where those are, and we have no intention at this point of establishing one in any location of any of the schools in Anne Arundel County. I hope that you all have my position statement. I brought copies as well as some FAQs and some document around clearing up some misconceptions. I'll make myself available for, if you want to have something in your community to talk about the project, specifically around this technology, which is new for our country. So we understand there are questions, there are concerns, and we're here to be partners in this process. So I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Reinhardt.
Just had a few questions regarding some of the statements that were made.
It's not typically a question.
Okay. All right. Nope.
But, sure. I'm sorry.
Keisha Brown.
I was going to say Ms. Brown. I knew it was Keisha.
It's fine.
And it's kind of, and I'm sure that.
It'll help clarify the conversation we're having about a change to the wording of routes.
Okay.
Specifically. So there's been some inconsistent messaging regarding placement of egress and ventilation. Other officials associated with the project or who are promoting the project have stated that it is their goal to place these ventilation systems on government-owned property, of which AACPS would be considered government-owned property for the schools. That when speaking to general community groups, do you have any comment regarding those statements that have been made at earlier community meetings?
Yeah, I can't speak to not knowing who made those statements, whether it was somebody from a federal agency or a state agency. But at this time, we don't have any plans to place the ventilation plans or an emergency exit on any school properties.
To what depth are the tunnels going to be dug?
It depends on location somewhat, but anywhere from 80 to like 100 feet and possibly lower.
Is that to the top of the tunnel or the bottom of the tunnel?
As far as
That depth that you're giving, is that to the top or to the bottom?
Got it. The visual helped when you.
As a math teacher.
I believe it's to the top.
To the top of the tunnel.
Right.
Okay. Has a method for digging the tunnels been determined at this time, whether boring or cut and cover?
Right, so there are a number of companies that do sort of that type of tunneling, but essentially the boring machine allows for the tunnels to be built as well as the dirt extracted and then pulled out back to the opening of that tunnel.
And my final clarification, what's prohibiting SC Maglev and the BWR project from using state-owned right-of-ways, such as the proposed Hyperloop project that just needs the utility permit to complete?
So I won't speak to the Hyperloop project. I'm not sure exactly the extent of their permitting, but we are an actual operating train. And so it's we've found it very important to go through the proper channels. And so we have we received a grant from the federal government to do this entire National Environmental Protection Act study. This whole process, like I said, takes years. Right now we are looking at a variety of sort of right-of-ways. So the 3 remaining alternative routes that are being studied, one loosely tracks Amtrak, and then the other 2 are to the left. One is to the left and one is to the right of BW Parkway. So those routes, especially along the Parkway, have quite minimal impacts we're looking at, still going through but with a fine-tooth comb to examine those, but we are going along existing right-of-ways. Great, thank you.
All right.
And is there, I'm sorry, a clerk that I can give this?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
It's Ms. Howell. All right. At this time, we will vote on the amendment, which once again, the amendment is to amend this statement to say, paragraph 2, the board hereby expresses its adamant, as such, the board hereby expresses its adamant opposition to any SC Maglev route that is disruptive to our schools and surrounding communities. In paragraph 3, it would change it to the communities they serve could suffer severe and potentially irreversible impacts. Paragraph 4, the environmental impacts of this project have the potential to be significantly detrimental. And in paragraph 4, to repeat again that the board expresses adamant opposition to any SC Maglev route that is disruptive to our schools and surrounding communities. So all those in favor of the amended position? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-1. So now we will go back and to the vote on the amended position. Are there any further discussion? Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I had stated previously my intention to vote against the resolution, and I guess I just want to add that it boggles my mind that the board would reach out in this manner to vote on a hypothetical train route that is not within our purview, but decline to vote on the placement of a cell phone tower at an elementary school that has raised significant public opposition. And it's not to say that the vote has to go one way or the other on the cell phone tower, but to decline the accountability that comes along with such a vote. I don't see how you could hold those two positions in your mind at the same time.
Just for clarification, the board did vote on the cell tower issue. In June, it came before us with the renewal of the milestone contract, which part of the milestone contract is we don't vote on each individual tower. It's part of the contract that was voted on by the board in June unanimously. So that was approved by the board at that time. And with the item, when it came up for review before us, the board's decision not to move it to an action item for an up or down vote was a decision to support that cell tower. So that was decided at that time. As for the maglev not being in our purview because of not with schools, if the route were to go through and displace our schools, it certainly is within our purview because that comes up with our school properties, relocating schools, the huge financial impact that would have on the entire school system. So, are there any other questions or comments? So all those in favor of the current maglev statement, amended maglev position statement, all those opposed? Motion passes 7-1. Item 5.09 is the 2018-2019 school year calendar and tentative approval of the 2019-2020 school year calendar. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend formal approval of the 2018-2019 school year calendar and tentative approval of the 2019-2020 school calendar.
All right. Do I have a second? Somebody? Thank you. Ms. Tudor, presentation.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Tudor, Senior Manager for School and Family Partnerships, and I'm here today in my role as the chairperson of the Calendar Committee.
Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer for the school system.
We're just reviewing what we did before, basically showing what the requirements that we face when we're building the calendar, that schools start after Labor Day and end by the 15th, and that we meet all the terms of the negotiated agreements. Some of the issues that we talked about for next year's calendar were that Yom Kippur falls on a school day, which it did not this year. There's an election day, and June 15th is on a Saturday, so we have to end classes on the 14th. These are the options that we had presented to you that had been considered. I'm not going to read each one of them again. And then the calendar committee suggestions were to eliminate a parent-teacher conference day in the second marking period, to open on MSEA day, and to reduce inclement weather days from 3 to 2, stipulating that that would be Easter Monday, the third one. The revisions that we've made since we saw you last time, we did add the language that Mr. Gannon had asked for, telling why we are closed for some of the times. We put that on there. We shifted the first parent-teacher conference day from Thursday, October 18th to Tuesday, the 23rd. We shifted the second parent-teacher conference day from the Monday, March 4th, to a Tuesday, March 5th. Those were things that we had discussed as well. That's everything that we did with the 18-19 calendar. If you want to just discuss that one before we move on to 19-20.
Mr. Grannon.
Thank you for those language changes. I move to amend both calendars. The final sentence, so this has nothing to do with the scheduled days. The final sentence of both calendars, which currently reads, students who are absent from school due to a religious observance will be allowed to make up all work missed due to that absence. Period, full stop. I move to amend that sentence by changing that period to a comma and adding the following language. Comma, and such absence shall not affect a student's eligibility for perfect attendance recognition. So the word affect there is the verb, so it should start with an A, and the students should be singular possessive. And again, the language is, comma, and such absence shall not affect a student's eligibility for perfect attendance recognition, period.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay. Now we can have discussion on that amendment. Sasso.
Yes, I would like to discuss basically the fact, are we basically opening it to any and all religions, or are we stating a specific religion, or are we basically, is this an open-ended, anybody who claims it to be a religious holiday for them? I mean, how are we going to limit this?
Mr. Grannon.
I can only address the intention of my language. I think it's pretty clear that as it refers to the 3 days above, and so my language would only, or my proposed amended language would only apply to the 3 days that are listed above.
Okay, so can we amend your? Yeah.
Just speak on this amendment first. I don't think we can discuss amending the amendment.
And if you'd like to explain the reason for that, is for the very reason that you suggest, is, as a public school system, there's only so much recognition that can be taken into account of all kinds of diverse cultural needs and religious needs. We've, in this proposed calendar that's come through the calendar committee, taken into account community concerns, history and tradition, and selected and prioritized 3 days. I'm not making a value judgment about whether those 3 days are better than any other 3 days, but what I am saying is, if we are saying that for those students, they can't have tests on those days and they have to be allowed to make up the work on those days, it is not fully accommodating of their religious needs on those days to say, well, if you miss school on Rosh Hashanah, too bad, so sad, you can't get perfect attendance. I can't hold those two things in my mind at the same time, which is why I've added that language to say that if we're going to say you can't have tests in those days, then we can't possibly ding you for not getting perfect attendance for not coming to school on Rosh Hashanah.
Ms. Sasso.
Yeah, Eric, I'm not questioning, it's just that I did not want your amendment to be an open amendment as far as any religion is concerned. So if it could be limited to what it is on this calendar, because otherwise it just opens it to anybody. If I come and I say, my Confucius Day is such and I was absent on that day, who is going to say that was not Confucius Day? I claimed it to be my religion. It's just limiting it to X, Y, and Z if you want it to be, or to the calendar days that appear on 2018 and 2019. It's just that it's an open amendment for any religion.
Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, I'd just like to add, as the board is discussing and debating this issue and this amendment, perfect attendance is not a rule or regulations established by the Maryland Department of Education, Maryland State Department of Education. It's something that local school systems and local schools do, and I don't believe that all of our schools recognize perfect attendance as an award. So that's one thing to consider. The other is that as you are debating this, understand that if a student is not in school, they will be marked absent. Because if they're not under roof and they are not present for whatever reason, they'll be marked absent with an appropriate code that we then have to send up to the state, because the attendance piece is required by the state of Maryland, and we do have to submit that each and every day. So just so that you understand that while they will be marked absent, if you so choose that this will not account against their perfect attendance, if their school does in fact award perfect attendance, there will be a disconnect between them being officially in school and then having this part of their recognition.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. So Dr. Arlotto just answered what was going to be my one question. As for recognitions, but then the second point that I wanted to make, and certainly it was a request then of Mr. Grannon, since we are on the amendment, if because I want to take into account, because I agree with the spirit of your amendment, but taking into account what Mrs. Sasso just raised, would you be open then to a friendly amendment now? So if you're open to it, then we can avoid going through a bunch of parliamentary procedure here. Students who are absent from school due to a religious observance, as noted on the calendar or noted on this calendar, something to that effect, adding in that stipulation. So again, we don't leave it open-ended, as Mrs. Sasso is saying, will be allowed to make up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I accept that. So if you are saying then you would insert the words after observance as noted on this calendar?
Yes.
That's fine. I accept that.
Thank you.
Because it was friendly.
Are there any other board comments or questions about this amendment? Is there any public comment on this amendment? All right. all those in favor of adding the language and such absence, I'm not going to read it exactly right, but as shall not affect, Mr. Graham, repeat your
eligibility
language.
for perfect attendance recognition.
As per the observances as stipulated on the calendar. So all those in favor? Motion passes 5-2. All right. So are there any other questions on the calendar? Well, hold on. Let's do this first. So I have a question, Ms. Tudor. As the calendar is now proposed, there are 3 days after students leave that teachers will still be in their buildings, and I assume those would be professional development days. But as a teacher, as a former teacher myself, we all know at the end of the year, there's not going to be a lot of professional development going on those last 2 days after the students leave. Would it be possible to move some of those days to August so that we could have the professional development days before the school year begins?
It's certainly possible. I think
so.
I think that the professional development part of that would be much more meaningful in August than it would be in June. You are going to have a contingency of teachers who will come forward who may not want to come back. That's another week they're coming back, so they don't have that full week off, where we were only bringing them back the week before, so they would have to come 2 days in the prior week. But I think as far as the professional development, it would probably be more meaningful in August.
More meaningful. So, Mr. Reinhardt.
So with regards to trying to create additional days so that we can support all of our different constituent groups, was there an opportunity during the calendar creation process to receive data on how many hours teachers were spending on those parent-teacher conference days, if they were fully attended or only 2 to 3 hours worth, something like that?
We don't have specific data on that. We do know that we had the most attendance in high schools ever before because we had that opportunity more so for them. And as always, typically at the elementary level, we have more parents who want to come than we actually have time slots. So we do know that parents are attending the conferences at every level.
Would an additional 2 weeks provide your committee enough time to do research on how many of those conferences were attended and the possibility of replacing the full day off for a parent-teacher conference with 2 early dismissals or a combination of early dismissal and late arrival to be able to meet the needs, and also get instructional days back so that we could then have Rosh Hashanah back and also MSEA Day?
I don't know that the data is there. So I don't know that 2 weeks is going to help us with that, getting you that information. I don't know that we have collected it. We've never been asked to collect it exactly like that. So I don't know that 2 weeks is going to make a difference in that, but that's certainly we could look at.
Dr. Arlotto.
And I would also share that, so for those that know the history, we've had a history of parent-teacher conferences in the first semester, just prior to Thanksgiving, those couple of days for the elementary and the middle schools, and we've had a long history of not having any parent-teacher conferences at the high school level. This was something we instituted several years ago. If we are going to, with this administration, if we're going to continue to talk about finding ways to invite parents in, we need to find opportunities to bring parents into the building. And so I would not support, though the calendar, as you well know, mine is just recommendation, but I believe that not having full days for parent-teacher conferences really limits the amount. I understand what you're trying to do and trying to capture days. I absolutely get that, and I appreciate the thought, but if we're going to continue to, we want to invite parents in and find ways to do that, and I think it's important that we have those full days. We started with 4 parent-teacher conferences, 1 at each marking period. We down to 3. And now we're suggesting, because of the tightness of the calendar based on the parameters that have been established by the governor, and the current and the upcoming school year with three fewer days available to us, we're having to give up one of those parent-teacher conference days. But I think it really limits our ability to bring parents into the building to access. We don't, as Mrs. Tudor said, we don't have specific data. The schools may be keeping the data. The anecdotal data is good, that it's positive and the slots are filled, and there are lots of parents in the building, more so than we've ever had in the past. It's still new for us, particularly at secondary level, and so I think we want to continue to see it grow over time.
Mr. Reinhardt.
So in order to, well, number one, I'm glad to see that even with the changes that were made, we were able to keep Yom Kippur, that we were closed on that day, to respect our cultural needs of our students. But in order to preserve that MSEA day, I'd like to move that we close on the 181st day, or excuse me, that we close on MSEA day and remain open on the 181st day. I believe that's the switch, so that we can, not sure how to phrase it.
For those that don't know, we are required to be open for 180 days. We in Anne Arundel County are open for students for 181 days. That day was added several years ago so that we could properly celebrate commencements. So what we do, for those, again, that are not aware, that are listening, that on the day of a high school commencement, graduation, we close the high school. And so that whether it is a commencement ceremony that is on their property, or it is off-school property, that we have not only the proper coverage for the students and support for the commencement exercise itself, but also a chance to celebrate with the teachers that are celebrating, as well as the parents of the students and the students themselves for the graduation. If we are open on that day for business, as it were, we will have very, very, very limited opportunity to support and celebrate the commencements. We will be left with 1 or 2 administrators to run a graduation. As you well know, as someone that has participated in many of them, Ms. Reinhardt, it is quite an endeavor to organize, orchestrate, and pull off a high quality commencement exercise, which I believe ours are. We have to have people, as you well know, at the end of ceremonies, the ceremony to hand out diplomas. And so there's a lot of logistics that need to take place, and we rely on our staffs to be there to not only make those logistics occur, make sure it is a safe and supportive event, as well as celebrate not just the students and parents, but the teachers as well. By taking away that day, we'll really limit our ability to produce high quality, efficient, effective, and safe commencement exercises.
Mr. Reinhardt.
So for other LEAs that are open on the commencement day, how do those schools support graduations here in Maryland?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to any of my colleagues about how they are running their graduations. What I'm speaking to is what I know works for us. I have been in the school system long enough where I've been part of the system before we had that closed day, and now that we have the closed day, and it is a significant difference.
Ms. Sasso.
I agree very much with Dr. Arnotto. Having a child that did go through graduation, our professionalism, our security, the way that the children behave is completely different when we have the staff and the teachers there. So,
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess in full transparency, I was not too pleased with the answer last time, and I certainly appreciate and understand we just don't have data points from past years. But my concern, especially just based on a topic that we were talking about in closed session or during closed session earlier, relative to our substitute teachers and the shortage that we have in the substitute teacher population, or pool, I should say. Given Mr. Reinhardt, you worded it better than I am now, but
I
just
believe a disaster with the hand waving, was that it?
the decrease in the unemployment rate overall, which is a good thing. But I know that as unemployment was higher, we were able to gather more substitute teachers. You know, and so I really would like to have, if there is a way to get a better answer from the administration on how we would deal with a potential, or I should say possible, teacher shortage on that particular day, whether it's teachers attending the convention in Ocean City, which I know could be in the hundreds, and then as Mr. Reinhardt asked during the prior meeting, it was your Math Geek Club or whatever the group was, but I know that there are some other professional development opportunities that occur that day. What would be our risk mitigation plan if we were not able to attract enough substitute teachers to support the large number of absences that would be, I don't want to say potential, but that would be possible on that day?
Currently, we have 2,003 substitutes in our system as of this morning. Every 2 weeks, we do new employee training, so we anticipate that that number of substitutes will grow by the next year as well. We had 50 delegates attend the MSEA from Anne Arundel County this year. 50 delegates attended that. And then we had about 1,533. I'm not sure if that was last year's data. I don't think we have this year's data yet, showing that they were out for, in the subcodes, it actually said that they were attending meetings and they didn't need a sub. They didn't need a sub because we were closed for students. So we have the numbers to support it. Whether we can get that many on a given day, I can't tell you that. I mean, we do also have central office staff who also goes out to schools for other things. I think it's just picking the worst of the evils, whether we're going to do MSEA the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, whatever, we're going to have to deal with it for the first time ever. So it's going to be a learning year, just as Rosh Hashanah was a learning year a couple years ago. And it took us a couple years to actually get the data on that. Just plain black and white numbers, we have the substitutes. But can we get all of them to come in on a day? I don't believe that's probably possible, but I think we just would have to see. Also, when you're seeing the 1533 number, principals have approved that PD. So that isn't where people are just going to a convention. That is PD that has been offered for probably 10 different organizations and maybe more. I think Mr. Benford may have that information. But principals have approved teachers to go to that. So principals would have to make some hard choices. They would have to look, and they may have to send 1 or 2 representatives from math as opposed to 10. They're going to have to make those choices, and then those teachers come back and do the PD for the schools. It would be different.
And I think that's an important point, Ms. Gill and members of the board, is that the first mitigating piece for us, the factor would be limiting the amount of professional development, right? So we see this for those that are keeping track, this is not a win. We don't want to eliminate this day. We have a tight calendar. We're looking for names, and the board will make the ultimate decision. We are simply recommending that here's a day that will help us in this upcoming school year. We lose professional development. This team before you relies on that day to produce professional development of which teachers can take advantage of, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds take advantage each and every year. We don't want to give up that time. This team is not happy about giving up time, but they realize that we have to, in making suggestions and recommendations to the board, and so we won't be providing professional development on that day. We will have to, so the first mitigating factor is what will allow teachers to attend and what we will produce ourselves. And it will be much limited because it will be a fully operating school day.
Thank you. And just as quick follow-up, again, I appreciate that we don't have all of the answers. And I just want to acknowledge my frustration is not at individuals here, certainly the professionals here, but it's just that we're trying to gather data and we're working with moving targets.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. To address the earlier comment regarding substitutes, as a former high school DC in what some view as a challenging high school, I can attest to the difficulty of getting substitutes in my building on just a typical school day. When the flu hit our school, it was even more challenging. So I can just imagine the difficulty we would have to be in a building that arguably could really benefit from professional development on that day, and finding the substitutes would be extremely challenging. What I hear right now, because we've addressed the 181st day, we've also addressed the MSEA day, and what I'm hearing is we're making a choice between getting hundreds, if not thousands of teachers professional development on a day versus the smooth operation of commencement. And if I'm looking at a balance there, I'm going to pick professional development every single time. That's going to grow our teachers, and that's going to be a direct benefit to our students when comparing to a smooth commencement, which other districts in our state are able to do with being open for business on that day. So clearly it's possible. And I think that we can figure out how to make that happen rather than have to tell our teachers and tell our families in the community that your teachers aren't going to be able to have another day to do their job better.
I will speak as a parent that I view that the fact that the school can be closed for the day for graduation, I don't even look at it from a school management point. I look at it, as Dr. Alata said, is that whole staff. We heard it today from Vicki Plitt at Glen Burnie and John Yor at Meade High School. Those staffs love these students, and the fact that they get to spend the day with them at graduation and celebrate what they have helped them to achieve for the past 4 years, you can't minimize that, how much that means to the staff and how much it means to the students to know that this math teacher, who's the one that held my hand and helped me pass algebra, is there to see me walk and give me a hug at the end. So for me, it's more even than a management thing, that is a reward for students and teachers for all their hard work for the 4 years that were there. And I don't want to take that away. I think that these are horrible choices to have to make, that we've got to come up with a day. But when the celebration of those students at the end, I think carries huge weight. I do have, I think what we're hearing is nobody likes this option. The past couple of years, we have gone to some of our elected officials, and they have put forth bills, and we can ask them again to make Easter Monday and President's Day optional days on the calendar. Right now, we're required by law to be closed on those days. But we have, that's gone forth the past couple of years, and I think there's more momentum for it, that we could make those days that we could work with. If the legislature were to pass those this session, we could come back and amend the calendar, couldn't we? And we could add in, we could be open on one of those days and add back in MSEA or something like that. So that is an option at any time, that we can amend the calendar as things may change and other opportunities may arise, that we'd have some more flexibility.
We have done that in previous years.
Yes,
okay.
For many different things.
Thank you. Mr. Reinhardt. All right. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Mrs. Hummer, since she cannot make a motion from the chair, I'd like to read an amendment that she's offering, but in my voice. I move that we adjust the proposed 2018-2019 calendar by moving 2 teacher days from June 18 and 19, 2019 to August 23rd and 24th, 2018, so that professional development for teachers can occur before the school year begins.
Second. All right. Okay. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Okay. All those in favor of moving the last two teachers' days to the beginning of the school calendar? Okay. Motion passes 8-0. All right. Mr. Reinhardt.
I'll restate my motion from earlier if now is a more appropriate time.
Oh, I think we actually just got caught up in conversation, in discussion with it, so please go right ahead.
All right, so I move
I missed it too.
I move to close schools for NSCA Day on October, well, what day is that going to be next year?
19th.
19th, okay. That we close schools on October 19th for MSCA Day so that our teachers can benefit from professional development, and that we are open for business on the 181st day, which I guess is a floating target, depending on the high school.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a second for that amendment? There's no second, and the motion fails. I do have a question about that, Dr. Arlotto. So on the first day of school, we have for middle school and high school that only 6th graders and 9th graders go so that they have a chance to get acclimated to their new schools. So the rest of the students do not go. Does that count as a full day of school for the school system, even though all students are not attending?
Yes, it does. The MSDE recognizes those days as similar when we have the staggered start for kindergarten students and pre-K students. It is thought of as a full school day.
Okay. And I just want to reemphasize again, we do have, as we work with our legislative elected officials moving forward, and we have our legislative breakfast coming up, I intend to stress and really push for them to give us some flexibility within the calendar so that we won't have so many painful discussions, choices to make, and that we might be able to change that moving forward. So I definitely commit to doing that in the future. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you again, Madam President. If we could go back to the 181st day, it's just a clarification question. I know the rationale for graduations and what is happening in high schools, but what is the 181st day for middle school and elementary schools?
It's a school day.
Just a regular
They
in class?
they go to school that day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or comments about the 2018-2019 school calendar? All right. Yes, now the 2019-2020 calendar. Ms. Juder.
The 2019-20 calendar mirrors the proposed 18-19 calendar in terms of when we would be closed and open for students. Because there's no election day in that year, that gives us another day that we could just have 3 inclement weather days without having to include Easter Monday. Easter Monday, in fact, if we wanted to, we could say that would be our 4th day. So that's the only changes to the 1920 calendar. It really mirrors the 1819 calendar and everything else, except that there were 3 snow days built in because of the no election day.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you again. I guess my concern with this, and I know 2018-19 is the real topic of discussion today, but 2020 is a presidential election year, and generally that primary is in the March timeframe. I know it's not been set yet.
It's the primary election is in 2020 is June 26th.
That's not been stipulated yet.
That's the date we're getting, so it could move. You're right.
It's June in gubernatorial election years. It's earlier in presidential election years. So I know we've got a year, but I'm just saying I do think the Board of Elections will have that date firmer before we get to this discussion. But as the calendar committee is doing its work leading up to that, I would just want to throw out the proviso that we consider that date is likely not going to be accurate as to what's.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely will keep track of that.
Mr. Grannon.
So I had a quick question, actually now just based on what Mr. Gilliland asked, and then I had a quick comment. This is just for clarification of the record. The board's approval of the my amendment as amended in a friendly way by Mr. Gilliland, that language change applies to both of these calendars and that vote. Correct. But is it the board's practice to vote on tentative calendars for 2 years out? Yes. Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments about the calendar? And we do have some public comment. Oh,
Can I ask a
Mr. Mosier,
clarifying
sorry.
question before
Yes.
you take public comment? So the motion to move the teacher days, because we have the same situation where we have teachers leaving 3 days after students. So the board wants that to apply to this calendar as well, since it mirrors
Oh, for the
18, 19.
2019, 2020, yes.
So just to be clear.
Yes. So, okay. All right. And we do have some public comment on the calendar. Richard Binfer and Dana Schaldheim. Dana, am I saying it right? Schaldheim? Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
He can wait.
He can wait. Richard can wait.
wait.
Go ahead.
Oh, I can wait.
All right.
Ladies first.
Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. I'm here today. My name is Dana Schaldheim. I'm here once again to petition you to reinstate Rosh Hashanah and continue to maintain Yom Kippur on the list of non-instructional days for the 2018-2019 school year and the 2019-2020 school calendar and going forward. Before I get into it, I'd like to first thank those of you who are kind enough to talk to me on the phone about my concerns. You know who you are. I am grateful for your time and for understanding how important this issue is for me, my family, and my community. I strongly believe that this affects more students, staff, and faculty across the county than your data shows. Members of my congregation, the largest in the county, mentioned to me that youth attendance was much lower this year at Rosh Hashanah services than have been in years past when Rosh Hashanah was a non-instructional day. It is disturbing that perhaps students felt pressure to go to school because they feared missing instructional time or worried about confronting teachers who ignore religious observance practices and policies. Although challenging, my request is still possible with your help and flexibility. Our entire school community is now very aware of how absurdly tight the school calendar is for the upcoming year. The problem only gets worse come the 2020-21 school year. In unique situations like this, processes might have to be altered that would occur in relatively normal years and every year, so long as we are under this horrendous executive order. I am therefore urging you to revisit contracts with TAC for the 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 school years. Work with them to move parent-teacher conferences from non-instructional days to half-days like Frederick, Montgomery, Carroll, and Howard counties currently do. This will free up 2 days and could bring back Rosh Hashanah and the MSEA conference day. Rosh Hashanah, as I have already made clear, is one of the 2 most holy days on the Jewish calendar. It's very important to me, my family, and my community. MSEA Day is very important and cherished by teachers countywide. With a little discussion and flexibility on both sides, both my community and teachers can get our important days back. Even if you vote to approve this coming year's calendar and the one following, you as the board can and should still approach TAC, make these changes, and release an updated calendar. Speaking as a parent who is also a planner, changing a few days, months and months in advance should hardly bother anyone. Additionally, if legislation is passed in the upcoming session to relax or rescind the terms of the horrendous executive order, I ask each of you to pledge to revisit the school calendar, make important changes to items such as religious holidays, MSEA conference day, etc. Again, while parents might want a rough idea of what's to come now, changing a few important days many months in advance would not mark the end of the world for anyone. I am pleading with you for your understanding and flexibility. Because of the strict parameters of the school executive order, you as the board must think outside the box so that we might have the best school calendar for 2018 and 2019, 2020. Conferences, on a side note, could be held on multiple half-days, and that would provide more options for parents, not less. Please work with TAC and pledge to revisit the school calendars, plural, for the upcoming years, and I thank you again very much for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Madam President, Dr. Arlotto, the board members. I'm Richard Benfer, President of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. I appreciate Mrs. Hummer's discussion about taking these issues to the legislature to help maybe formulate some other plan. But I want to stress the importance of the MSEA Day and to educate the board on the fact that there are other conferences on that day, including MSEA Convention, the Maryland Music Educators Association Conference, College Board Training, Maryland Art Educators Association, the State Gifted and Talented Conference, Maryland Association of School Librarians Conference, Technology and Engineering Education Association of Maryland Conference, the MAFRED, Maryland Physical Education and Recreation and Dance Conference, the Literacy Summit at Carver, MASHA, Maryland Speech, Language and Hearing Association Conference, Maryland Dance Education Association, the Maryland Council of Social Studies Conference, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics Conference, the Maryland Foreign Languages Teachers Association Conference. So for many of you, you may have known this already, but many of our educators that attend these conferences, this is their only opportunity to get relevant PD that actually helps their profession, their specific profession, and they get credits for that. And those types of classes aren't, always available. So outlined in a recent letter to Dr. Arlotto and Mrs. Hummer, on the 2016 MSCA Day, PD Day, there were 2,579 local educators absent from school or work sites. And of those, 1,533 coded the absent as meeting not requiring a substitute teacher. So clearly, there are people taking advantage of these conferences. It's not just MSCA Day and the possible 134 delegates that we could take, but it is others across the county. And it's a shame that that professional development will be lost. And I must say that I'm not in favor of moving 2 days to the front of the calendar. So since that was a bit of a surprise for me, I can't wait to hear all the comments on that one. So stay tuned. Thank you.
And I just want to stress again that no one's happy about this. It's kind of like, which pig do we have to kiss? It's not, nobody likes any of them, but we have to make a choice. So if there are no other board comments, all those in favor of the current, let me get my wording exactly right, of the 2018-2019 calendar and 2019-2020 tentative school year calendar.
As amended.
As amended. So all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-1. All right. Item 5.10 is the 2018 legislative program. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this item from information to action?
So move.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Motion passes. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the revised 2018 legislative program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. And we have a presentation. Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Before you for consideration is the proposed 2018 legislative program. Proposed revisions to the program are formatted similar to policy revisions. New language is in red font and deleted language has red strikeouts. Some revisions are substantive. For example, this year we included an introduction to provide background information on our school system, and other revisions are grammatical or stylistic. You'll see there's also been some reformatting, and just to note, we didn't change our positions on any of the issues in the program. However, we reworded things to make it a little bit more user-friendly for folks that perhaps don't have an education background, and kind of streamlined it a little bit to make sure we were getting our positions and our priorities across in the clearest fashion. And we included additional information that's relevant to things that have been happening in the state and in the legislature. The legislative program provides a comprehensive overview of the board's positions on various education-related issues that impact Maryland public education and AACPS in particular. The program serves many purposes throughout the year and during the legislative session. It is used by AACPS staff throughout the year to appropriately represent the board's positions on various issues that may arise or are presented by stakeholders. The program is also helpful to our delegation and decision makers in Annapolis. As such, it is sent to our elected officials, partners, and stakeholders prior to the legislative session to provide them with information about AACPS, as well as the board's legislative positions and priorities. This helps to ensure that they consider the board's positions on legislative and budgetary issues that come before them. The 2018 legislative session is a short 2.5 months away, with the General Assembly convening on Wednesday, January 10th. As you know, the General Assembly convenes every year from January to April for 90 days to act on nearly 3,000 pieces of legislation, as well as the state's annual capital and operating budgets. The program is particularly helpful when legislators are drafting, amending, and voting on bills or making budget decisions. During the legislative session, I use the legislative program to draft testimony and advocate on your behalf when education-related legislation and budgetary matters are introduced and heard before the General Assembly. The program allows AACPS to respond quickly and provide effective advocacy during the hectic pace of the session. I am happy to answer any questions you may have related to the proposed 2018 legislative program. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
I think your general comments probably already answered this question, but just for, frankly, just for kind of belt and suspenders. So you're saying that none of the proposed revisions to the language in the section on charter schools is intended to make any change in the board's prior position?
Exactly, correct. So we just amended the language just to streamline it a little bit and make it a little bit clearer, get our point across in the most efficient manner, and just reworded some things just for clarification.
Thank you.
You're
If
welcome.
we could make sure that's noted in the minutes.
Yes. And some things were moved around, for example, so in all of the sections of charter schools or, federal funding and support, it has an introduction that gives background information on the issue. And then typically it says AACPS supports, and we list the items we support and AACPS opposes. And so in some instances, there may have been some background information in the supports and oppose sections that we just moved up to the introduction just to make it a little bit cleaner.
Are there any other board questions or comments? So, it's very thorough, as always, and thank you for all your hard work. I know a lot of people have been working on this.
Yes, and thanks to all of the staff. I definitely did not do this alone. It was a team effort, and everybody provided, senior staff and executive team, very involved in revising the legislative program. So it was definitely a team effort.
And I'll just say again that the Board of Education's annual legislative breakfast will be November 17th at 7:30 here in the boardroom, and we've invited our elected officials. 13th, I'm sorry, November 13th. We'll be here in the boardroom, and we've invited our elected officials to come so that we can share our legislative priorities with them as well. So is there any public comment on this, on the legislative program? Okay. So all those in favor of the 2018 legislative program? All right, motion passes 8-0. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Motion passes 7-0. Counting Stacy's ghost down there. All right. Okay. All right. Item 5.11 is an information action item, Brooklyn Park Senior Center renovation and addition. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the Brooklyn Park Senior Center renovation and addition.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sasso.
I just have a question. And can Dr. Arlotto explain why are we involved in a senior center? I assume that this is our building.
Yes, ma'am. It's our property.
Do we have to pay, like Maryland Hall? Is it equal to what we do with Maryland Hall?
It is slightly different, and the cost is being borne by a different group than, we're not paying for the construction of this addition.
But do we pay for the daily maintenance of it?
No,
And electricity or anything like that?
No.
We just own the building.
Correct.
Do we have to have insurance on it, or they have to cover everything?
I don't know about insurance.
For the record, Alex Shackner, Chief Operating Officer. So that property actually houses multiple functions. There's multiple entities and agencies on it. You're probably familiar with the Chesapeake Arts Hall, but also there's a police substation. There's a rec and parks element there. It's a multi-county building, and there's a memorandum of understanding that governs the entire complex, and the county government is fully funding the construction of this. The Department of Aging staffs it. They're responsible for their own cleaning, so our crews don't clean that parts of the building. So it's a very unique, very positive partnership that was formed a long time ago to govern the entire multi-agency complex, and the responsibilities of each entity are delineated within that MOU. This project has been, is part of the county government's capital improvement program, and it's going to be, discharged through their project managers, not ours.
Thank you.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 5.12 is an information action item, Maryland City Elementary School Kindergarten Addition Design Development. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the Maryland City Elementary School Kindergarten Addition Design Development.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments? I have one. What is the scheduled completion date for this addition?
It will be March of 2019, if
March.
everything goes according to plan.
Okay.
Funding becomes available, we get the permits in time, et cetera. The anticipated completion date would be March of 2019.
So it says it's 5 kindergarten classrooms. I know we don't call it a pre-K addition, but could some of these classrooms be used for pre-K as well? It's our early education
Yes.
wing. Okay.
They're one and the same in terms of how we construct them. How to utilize them is up to the school administration.
Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on this item? All right. All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Item 5.13 is Hillsmere Elementary Verizon Wireless Easement. This is an information action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the Verizon Wireless easement at Hillsmere Elementary School.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second. All right. Are there any board questions or comments regarding this item? Okay. Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll just show my ignorance here. What is a mini cell?
Alex Shackner, Chief Operating Officer. So it is, it's more analogous to like a repeater, a radio antenna repeater. So it's designed to fill in small micro coverage gaps and allow the signal to be bounced along a path until it reaches one of the macro towers. So it's a rather de minimis antenna that again is designed to infill gaps and ensure that the signal's continuity ultimately reaches one of the tall macro towers that's part of the grid system.
Okay, so then just leaving aside whatever views folks may have on cell towers, this has nothing to do with the same kinds of emissions that come from a cell tower?
No, sir. These are directional and quite different. So.
Thank you.
And this actual pole they want to put it on is a BGE pole, correct?
Right, so Verizon is working with BG&E directly on this. The pole in question happens to be within the limits of our property, and therefore we're simply granting an easement so that the Verizon company can either put a ladder against the pole or maybe put 2 of their tires up on our property as the bucket trucks go up to service this. But the agreement, in fact, is actually between BG&E. It's on BG&E's pole, not on a pole serving our property.
Okay. All right. Are there any other board questions? Mr. Reinhardt.
So would our denial of this easement prohibit Verizon from installing the mini cell on the pole, or would they likely just find another way to do it?
Technically, they would be trespassing, and we would call the police on them. They don't have they don't have a lawful purpose to come onto our property to do this work absent us allowing them that right. And that's the purpose of the easement, is to give them that very occasional access that they need to either install or service or possibly repair should an element become damaged, etc. BG&E already has that right to maintain their pole, certainly. We're extending it out to Verizon as well.
Because it certainly seems like that pole is right on the property line.
It's right on it's right on the public road, but just a hair inside of our dashed line.
Ms. Sasso.
So BGE has already given permission for them to use the pole. What we are giving permission is for them to put their 2 wheels, 4 wheels, their ladder against the pole.
That's essentially correct.
Yeah, so basically, even if we deny them permission, if they went on a BGE truck, they could do it.
The court of law would have to sort that out, ma'am.
Are there any other board questions? Is there any public comment? All right, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Items 5.14 to 5.16 are information items, policy revisions, first reading. First one, item 5.13, funding proposals, grants, and special request code DJ. Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. The Partnerships Development and Marketing Office is bringing policy DJ, funding proposals, grants, and special projects before you for first reading. This policy was last revised on September 6, 2006. The updated policy essentially consolidated all grant and special projects related policies into one in order to establish a clear and consistent process for submission and management of grants and funding for special projects. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Are there any board questions or comments on this policy? Is there any public comment? All right, we'll move on. Item 5.15 is rescinding of policies DJA, DJB, and DJC.
So, as a result of the consolidation of the grants and funding of special projects policies and the proposed revisions to policy DJ, we are recommending that the board rescind policies DJA, grant funding sources outside the school system, DJB, grant funding sources within the school system / mini grants, and DJC, special projects fundraising, upon the final approval of policy DJ. So essentially, the way these policies were written, they were substantially similar, almost identical in language, except for sticking in the word, special grants or mini grants. And so it's a little redundant, so we thought it would be best to consolidate it into one comprehensive policy and then accompanying regulation that kind of breaks down the procedures. So similar to how we, the board voted and addressed policy IH, materials of instruction, where there too we were consolidating several policies into one. Upon, after third reading and final approval by the board, we recommend that DJ A, DJ B, and DJ C be rescinded because they will already be incorporated into policy DJ.
Are there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right. Item 5.16 is visitors to schools, policy KD. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, the Division of Curriculum and Instruction and the School Security Office are bringing policy KD, visitors to schools, before you for first reading. This policy was last revised on February 6, 2008. The updated policy emphasizes student and staff safety, which is consistent with the proposed revisions to the accompanying regulation. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and we can answer any questions you may have.
I do know that one thing that is being implemented in the schools now is that parents, or anyone that's going to be working with children, must be fingerprinted and it goes through. Is that included in this policy, the fingerprinting process?
So this policy does not address the fingerprinting process and volunteering. We have other policies and other guidelines regarding that. So this policy is just visitors to the school and the process for them entering and being in the school, let's say for a parent-teacher conference or anything else, you know, that could be a meeting with a teacher or with the principal or an event that's going on at the school. And so this policy addresses that, and we added some things to the regulation specifically to student safety and also addressing some special education specific issues.
This is more specific of just visiting, not actually volunteering.
Exactly.
The difference
yes,
between
this is
those.
visitors. So these are not individuals that will be have any oversight or any responsibility over any students at the schools. They are there for a particular reason, whether it be an event or a meeting or something similar.
Okay. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you. Just one question, just to get clarification that perhaps this is covered elsewhere, but as it relates to people who may be on school grounds, not necessarily in the building, for a non-athletic event, you know, it's a day where nothing else is happening and somebody's just walking around. Again, I don't want to say trespassing, but potentially that could be the case. Is that handled in such a way that we need to stipulate it in this policy, or is that process to handle a trespasser governed somewhere else?
For the record, Doyle Batten, the Supervisor of Security for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Because our schools are community use properties and we want to be good neighbors, we're very liberal in the fact that folks do come on and enjoy the ability to traverse over the properties, so long as they're not creating disorder or damage or anything of that sort. But the trespassing provisions, the buildings and the grounds are all posted for the no trespassing provisions to meet with Maryland law. And if we need to, then we involve law enforcement to enforce those provisions in the aftermath. But like I said, as good neighbors and stewards of the property, that's not our number one focus. Folks do walk their dogs across the property. Sometimes they leave behind a mess that they shouldn't, and they do all kinds of things. But enforcing those kind of micro-level things is not our number one concern unless it becomes a recurrent pattern that disrupts the overall environment when our students are in session.
But generally then, if somebody looks like they don't belong there, it's taken care of?
Absolutely, and that's not only through training, but it's through policy and through our partnership with law enforcement.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the regulation cross-references policy EH and regulation EHRA regarding emergency plans, and that's also to address if there was any emergency or a concerning situation happening at the school or on the grounds of the school.
Mr. Grannon.
Ms. Ortiz, can this policy make express reference to meetings of parent-teacher organizations and parent-teacher associations? Is that something you all could consider for the next draft?
Those are, am I correct in saying those are after hours? That wouldn't be during a school day?
So, I think typically those meetings would be after hours, and this policy is seeking to address what's happening during the normal school day.
But if those parents were coming in, say, to work at the book fair.
Oh, yes.
But that would be, but if they were coming in the building, they would still meet the, have to.
Yeah, so the policy, basically, if you look under the issue, for example, says, maintaining a welcoming environment for visitors with legitimate school business. That's kind of all-encompassing of folks that have a reason to be at the school. So it doesn't specify specific
Right, that's my
things.
point. There's nothing that expressly limits this. I don't see anything
Right.
limiting it to school hours, and it seems like the past few meetings, we've had some concerns raised by members of the community that they were excluded from school grounds for reasons that, were perhaps not apparent to them when they were there for legitimate public school functions.
Right, and so if you look at the position, we indicate, we do specify that individuals who have a legitimate school business, including parent-teacher conferences, pre-scheduled classroom visits, attendance at other school events or appointments with school employees. So
I guess
I
what
don't
I'm
know if
saying,
that answers your.
it doesn't. I guess what I'm saying is I'm not, this is a first reading. What I'm asking you
Sure.
all is to go back and consider for the next draft, making express reference to meetings of parent-teacher organizations and parent-teacher associations, to be quite frank, so that if we get the kind of concerns that were raised earlier today, that member of the community can hold up this policy and say, hey, you're not allowed to keep me out of this meeting.
But aren't PTOs and PTAs are not school organizations, they're independent organizations, so we can't dictate who they allow in or can't, because they're an independent organization.
Right, so we do not have oversight over PTAs and PTOs. We do have affiliations and relationships with them. And so I just don't know. I understand your concern, and I've sat through and heard the concerns raised by members in the community. This policy specifically, it doesn't touch upon those meetings. It's not intended to touch upon those meetings. Of course, if this is your policy, so if the board chooses and desires to include that in the policy, you can do that. You can amend it to do that.
And that's what I'm suggesting,
Yeah.
that we consider language, and I'm asking you as the drafter to consider language to that effect. I mean, not to kind of, reduce this to the absurd, but an example was made earlier. Obviously, if there were PTA meetings where people were being excluded, they said, we're not going to have any black people attend this PTA meeting at a school building, I think we'd all have something to say about it. It's on school property, and our policy would never tolerate that. So, to me, people don't have to go that far and say things that are outlandish in order for them to be violating our policies. I can't imagine that we'd be condoning any organization using school grounds and excluding people for illegitimate purposes. So what I'm saying is, this is a first reading. Can you all go back, consider how you might word that in there? And if you don't do that, or I'm not satisfied for your explanations why you didn't do that, then I'll consider adding something later on.
Yeah, we can certainly look and see if there's any language, and just for clarification as well, so in the regulation, it discusses the procedures. So the purpose of this policy is more to regulate who can come into our schools and when they should be there, how they should be there, how they should be conducting themselves, as opposed to, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. So it's more establishing sort of, restrictions and processes and procedures. So I don't know if it's getting at what you're trying to get at, but we can certainly look at that and see if there's a way to address it, or if it's appropriate to address it here or somewhere else.
Right, but to your point, it doesn't have quotes or anything, but it seeks to define what an authorized school visitor is. And so, if, for example, in that definition of an authorized school visitor, we said, including, for example, attendance at a parent-teacher association or parent-teacher organization meeting, then we are saying that people who are coming to those meetings are authorized.
So we can look at that.
Ms. Reinhardt, Mr. Reinhardt, sorry.
I defer to Ms. Nally.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Nally, I'm sorry, I didn't see the order.
Well, I'm looking as school principal. I am thinking this policy refers to during the school day when students are there. When the building is used after school hours, PTA, PTO, I had lots of, I had community association folks, they go through park and rec folks who lease the building. This policy does not cover after-hour school use
Correct.
of the building. as it should, and we can't,
We have a separate
'cause
policy
we have
for that.
church groups who come and use the building. I mean, we have lots of people who use, so to me, we need to, maybe something, it can be discussed in policy meeting, but I think we need to make sure that this policy speaks to during the school day or during when students are present in school, because we're not going to or can't assign, like when I had community association meetings in the building, we can't assign that that this policy does anything toward that. Am I clear?
Yes, that's correct. So we do have the community use of facilities policy and regulation, which discusses, community groups such as PTAs and churches and other organizations, their ability, as Dole mentioned, state law encourages, and we like to encourage the community to use our facilities outside of school hours when feasible. And so there is a whole process and procedure for that. We have a policy and regulation. We also have a manual. And so some of those come through us and some go through Recs and Parks. So PTA, for example, would be covered under that. That's why I was saying I understand,
Oh, I
Mr.
see.
Brannon,
Okay.
what you're...
So then this should expressly say then, let's take Ms. Nally's point, let's have this expressly state during school hours. And
Sure.
then I guess what I'll do for a
That's kind
future
of-
meeting is ask that we have a review of the other policies that you're talking about for after-school hours.
Ms. Sasso.
I'll let Colin go first, since he was going to go first.
Okay, Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. This is fun. I knew Ms. Nally would echo some of my sentiments regarding outside of school use and community use. I hesitate to use the during school hours because we also have the after-hours school events, concerts, football games, etc. But there seems to be already language in there regarding official school functions, which that would
Yes.
fall into. So some creative wordsmithing should be able to take care of that.
Sure, so perhaps I can add something like, during school hours or during an official school function, something similar to that. That would be more encompassing and address your concern. And then, if it's appropriate, I can look at seeing if it's appropriate to cross-reference the community use of facilities policy for things that don't fall under this. So that way, if someone's looking for it and they say, oh, I'm not covered here, they know where to go. So I can definitely take a look at that and work on
Ms.
some
Sasso.
language.
I would like to address, Eric, some of your concerns and something that was stated here, to see if it fits here or it fits in something else. It was the statement of that Shady Side meeting that basically part of our staff administrators were there, and they were the ones, basically, the principal, keeping the people out. So at that moment, does it make it into this policy, or does it make it into the community policy? Because the PTO is not part of us, but the principal is part of us. So basically, and at the same time, from their statement, the police was called to remove them. So basically, is it part of AACPS or is it a quasi-AACPS? How do we really tell these people, this is the policy that applies and that's not the other policy that applies?
So I think to address the concern and, potential confusion of organizations such as PTAs and PTOs or others that don't fall under our direct oversight or purview, I can look at cross-referencing the community use of facilities policy and regulation in this policy and regulation to ensure that they're clear that those are the steps and process which they must go through in order to be able to utilize our facilities. Now, I'm not familiar, I don't know exactly what happened at Shady Side. Definitely, have listened to some of the testimony and I don't have the details, so I'm not sure, if law enforcement was called, why they were called, but we certainly do have a policy that addresses an emergency plan in a situation if it becomes unsafe and sort of the steps to take. And, I'm sure Mr. Batten can speak on that a little bit in more detail. So I don't know, who made those decisions, who decided who would be in the meeting and not in the meeting. The individuals that are hosting these meetings, it's their meeting. However, obviously if there are concerns with how these things are being administered or how they're, not allowing community members. I just don't know enough about the details
My
to be able to
question is
comment.
basically when an administrator, which really falls under AACPS, is there, and he's the one giving orders or involved, it becomes,
sure,
we're playing both things at the same time. Do we address it in policy? I mean, yes, the safety of the school, if there was a safety issue,
Dr. Arlotto.
Because you brought up the administrator at the school, Mrs. Sesso, the administrator was acting to support the PTO. PTO was attempting, in what's been described to me, attempting to, they had an agenda and attempting to follow through with their meeting. Their meeting was being disrupted, and there were people from the outside demanding that a topic that they wanted to discuss be added to the agenda. The PTO leadership at the time was not willing to change the agenda, nor did they want to add the topic that this outside group wanted to add, and it became disruptive. And as all principals do, they attend, they're invited to attend a PTO or PTA meeting. It is not their meeting. They are invited guests. The principal at Shadyside at this meeting was an invited guest, and he was asked by the PTO for some assistance in regaining control of the meeting. The meeting lasted about 20 minutes, and the PTO president then called an end to the meeting because of the disruption, and it disbanded and people went home. So he was not acting on behalf of the school. He was trying to assist the PTO.
My question is basically, how can we be assured, our liability, is assured just because was he acting then as the principal, or was he acting then only as an invitee of the PTO? If we have something on policy, it's basically what I'm looking at, when you have that quasi, does it fall here or does it fall over here? What is our liability? Because obviously, he's the one responsible for that building. He's the principal. So he's acting to preserve, our building. So what if something had happened, what is our liability? Under which policy does it fall? So that we have something in writing, so that we are protected as a board and as AACPS when we have an issue like that.
Could the board perhaps get some clarification on this for a future time as to if we do have any liability under that situation? My understanding from my involvement with PTAs is they have their own liability policies and things, but that might be something that we could look at and just clarify.
They have to prove certain liability coverages that's required under the Rex and Park application and process for being able to use facilities. They have a different tiered process for different community organizations. But yes, definitely what I can do is just go back and look at that, get that information to the board. I don't think that that would fall under policy KD. If you do decide that there needs to be something added to policy, I don't think it would fall here. But certainly I will gather the information with regards to community use of facilities and give you kind of a summary of how individual groups are able to use our facilities outside of school hours, and a breakdown of the process and what is required of them and what they're responsible for.
And then just as I look at the regulations for this one, it is clear on under procedures, number 2, it says all visitors to schools shall sign in at the school office, receive a pass that shall be worn at all times, and follow all visitor protocols. That, to me, says that it's during school hours, because the only time you're going to sign in the school and receive a pass is when the office is open. So that would be during the school day, because even at night, for instance, if we come for back to school night or something, you're not signing in at the office and being checked. So this really would just be during school hours.
Yes,
correct?
that is the intention of the policy, so we can certainly clarify that so there's no confusion.
All right. Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I just want to say briefly, I think that Ms. Sasso is bringing up a very, very legitimate point. It's different than the one that I was bringing up, and I hear what you guys are saying. I guess what I'm saying is we have to take up for future meeting raising our 2 independent issues. So the issue I was raising is it sounds like it's more under the community use policy, and so I'm just saying now that I'm going to ask, and I hope supported by another board member, that at our next public meeting we have a review item so we can review that policy on community use of school property. And then if another board member brings up, for example, Ms. Sasso brings up, there's no question that if that principal had slammed that door on somebody's hand, that we would be sued. There's no question that that would happen. Now, how that lawsuit would be resolved, what the outcome would be, that's a different story. But there's no question that there would be an allegation that that person was acting as a state actor. And I think that you're raising a very legitimate point. And so maybe we need to clarify that when school principals and other officials are there kind of on their own dime after hours doing that kind of thing, they're not state actors and don't have all the protections that come along with that, and don't implicate for us the liability issues that come along with that. So all I'm saying is, Ms. Sasso, I think you're raising a very, very legitimate issue. I would support consideration of that going forward. And then, of course, I support consideration of my issue as well.
Does anyone have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, now we will discuss Mr. Grannon's proposal that we have a review of the community use provision policies. I personally believe that that should be handled within policy committee, is that we review the various policies within policy committee to see and have the policy team look at and evaluate whether they believe everything is adequately covered on the various issues, and then if they recommend changes, that those come to us. That's my personal standpoint. Were there any other questions or comments about the proposed mention? Ms. Sasso.
As a policy chair, Eric, I go back, I second it because, yes, I think there is something that we should look at. But as a policy chair, we do have a form to look at the policy. So I would say, it wouldn't be a presentation next meeting, but to bring it in front of the policy committee as soon as possible, look at it and then just bring it in front of the board as a policy system.
Okay. I just state very
Wait, just a minute. So, Mr. Grannon.
I just state very briefly why I think that is probably not sufficient to address the concern that I'm raising. Now, if you want to take that route with the issue that you're raising about school officials, after hours and all that stuff, that's fine. I'll defer to you since you raised that concern. But I'll just be frank, the public does not attend policy committee, although they're allowed to, in the same way that they attend this meeting. And I guess all I'm suggesting is that because there has a public concern that's been raised multiple times, a few meetings in a row, that we're kind of doing our job best when we show that we're being responsive to those concerns, and that we should have a public review of, with a presentation of what the policy is on community use of property. If anything, only to remind everybody, perhaps all the protections are already in there. Perhaps they're already there and we don't need to change a word of it. So it's not just a matter of language change, it's just a reminder to the public, you all have this right. There is a policy. The people that were complaining about this issue didn't mention any policy. They may not even know about it. So there's always this legal fiction that goes on in conducting public business, okay, that there are laws and regulations, and we assume everyone has full knowledge of them. And they don't. And I guess I'm saying I consider it part of our responsibility, I speak for myself, part of my responsibility to remind people that they have certain rights. So I guess I'm advocating that it not just go through the policy committee, but there be a review of that here at this full board meeting.
So, well, and as I stated, I wasn't saying I was against it being presented at a future time, but I think the proper venue is for it to first go through policy, to look at it, to see as if issues that have been brought up, if we find some discrepancies or things that need to be clarified, and then the policy, if there's going to be changes, and if there's not changes, the policy committee, it can be presented that this was reviewed and here is what it is, and we didn't find we needed changes this time. I just think going through policy committee first before doing a board presentation, before it's been adequately looked at, would be the proper process. Ms. Sasso.
Eric, just so that I can understand, what you want is for the present policy to be presented, that's all?
As a review item, yeah. And we can ask questions about it. And then if you all want to take it back to policy committee after that and consider revisions, that's great.
So, all those in favor of, is there any other discussion? I'm sorry. This is any other board discussion on the amendment, right, on the amendment to have a presentation on our community use policies in regards, specifically in regards to PTA, PTOs. Is there any public comment on this before we move on? Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to have a presentation to the board of the community use provisions. All those in favor?
A quick point of order, by the way.
Yes.
There's no motion for a vote. Any two board members can put something on the agenda. There's nothing to vote on now. Either someone else will support putting on the agenda, one other board member, or they won't. So there's nothing to vote on.
Mr. Bennett, is that correct for the point of order? We're checking with our parliament procedure guru.
I haven't made a motion. No.
Madam President, for the record, Tyson Bennett, Board Counsel. And I think you've got a little bit of a conundrum here, because on the one hand, you've got a board member who's asking that the board take certain action, while at the same time saying, but I haven't made a motion. So frankly, the board president at this point could say, there's nothing to vote on because there's no motion pending before us. But that would probably lead to someone making a motion. And then you will have something to vote on.
There's no motion before us at this time.
Not that I realize. I mean,
Okay.
I think Mr. Grannon said he hasn't made a motion. so-
Everybody in this room knows I'm not afraid of losing motions. I go down all the time. So I'm not making a motion. I'm obviously going to try to get to certain board members before the next board meeting and get someone to agree with me to put this on the agenda. I only need one. I'm not making any motion.
There is another alternative, and I'm going to duck so that the superintendent doesn't throw something at me. And that is, the board always has the opportunity as a group to ask the superintendent if the superintendent would consider directing his staff members to look into this and report back to the board. And that's, in my opinion, after being here a few years, that's something that maybe isn't used as often as it might be, because policies initiate really at the superintendent's level, and they eventually come to the board for voting up and down. But then once they do that, once you adopt a policy, it's the superintendent and his staff who are obligated to enforce that policy. So personally, I have thought that over the years, the superintendents are not often enough brought into the process at the initial stage, and this might be appropriate to do that.
So to request that Dr. Arlotto's staff take a look at these policies and review, as we said, and then report back to the board?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, if I said what you just said, I didn't mean to. What I meant to say is
that's why I'm repeating. I want to clarify.
Okay. But what I meant to say was, the board at any point can turn to its superintendent and say, Dr. Arlotto, could you have your staff look into this? And the superintendent will say, yes, we can. No, we can't. But I think that's the next step that you should be taking, instead of necessarily voting on something that could be done administratively and doesn't need to be done by board vote.
Dr. Arlotto.
So I'll second the recommendation you made. I think since there is a board committee of which board members sit with regard to policy, if the board at any time, it is your policy, as Mr. Bennett has so eloquently put, that it is then my job and our job as staff to support that and ensure that those policies are being implemented, that any suggested changes to any policies at any time, I believe, should go before the board committee. So as Mrs. Sasso is the chair, she can ask and query her board members, I would suggest, her colleagues on the board, after they've read through the policy and they've got questions, concerns, or suggested edits or changes or updates, that then can be filtered through the committee and discussed with staff. We'll have the appropriate staff at the table to discuss that policy. As you know, the policies we bring before you that Mr. Bennett references is those that are looking to be updated in a timely fashion, and we come up with a calendar that's approved through the policy committee that we will review during the course of the year. At any time, any policy can be put on the table for discussion by the board, for updating, for edits at your will. But I would suggest that that it go through, that it become part of the agenda of the next policy committee meeting. We'll have the appropriate staff at the table to carry on a discussion, and then that can be brought back to the board as a whole, and then you can decide how you want to move forward.
So it would, you're suggesting that we go through the policy committee, we have all the appropriate staff, we review these different policies to see what they may be. The policy committee will report back to the board, and the board at that time can determine if we want a further public discussion, if we want further revision, or anything that might be. But that is the first step. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you again, Madam President. And I certainly don't want to belabor this point, but I do think, though, there are times when we've got certain policies like this one, and maybe, I can't remember who prompted this, but maybe it was me with my initial question. Some of these policies do have tentacles that reach into or overlap, whatever the right expression may be, with some other policies. And I think that's where I appreciate the guidance on, no, this particular example pertains to this policy, or it is in another policy. So I just think, so that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's appropriately. I get Mr. Grannon's point that this is one of those policies that, while it's clear, certainly as you're drafting it, some of the circumstances that have evolved over the last month or so, there's some ambiguity, and what was black and white has really in some cases left a gray line as to which policy does it belong in. So I apologize if I open Pandora's box by asking the initial question that prompted the last 30 minutes. But I do think that when there are tentacles, whatever we want to call them, that we just know that these questions are going to come up. And I think the board and the administration just needs to be prepared for questions that may emerge that way. And then certainly, I do, where I may differ from Mr. Grannon then, is if there is the opportunity to start to look at or revise another policy, that it then go through the proper channel. But I do think this is one of those grayer areas that I do think opens the door to some of the other opportunities, I guess. So.
Ms. Sasso.
Okay. Since I'm the policy chair and we have a meeting coming up pretty soon, I would like that one to be on the policy so that then we can just quickly look at it, bring it back to the board, and maybe present it on the next board meeting so that we can also answer the public question, right away. I mean, if changes need to be made, we can basically then say changes will be made, but at the same time, we can answer the public right away, in their concerns. This is what we have, and this is how we do it, but if it needs changes, then we'll address them.
And Mrs. Sasso, you're referencing the community use of facilities policy, is that correct?
Yes, and at the same time, I wanted to look at the fact of our principal, our staff, our people sitting there, what is really our liability? I mean, which one does it fall under, so that in the future nobody comes and say, like they were saying, but your staff was there, your staff was the one who told us we couldn't enter here.
Ms. Nally.
I hate to get into this discussion, but I will say this. Well, I'll be going off the board, so I can say what I want, I guess. When you are a principal in a building, and you are there as an invited guest or whatever in the evening, and I do not know the circumstances, but I witnessed circumstances unlike I have ever seen in a boardroom by a group of people who were shouting curse words at us. I've never experienced that. So all I can say is, if indeed, and like I said, if that same behavior was that disruptive at that school and it looked dangerous, which we called in police here, we did right then I don't know what policy, I mean, you can say what you want, but that principal had the right, with no liability, to, the PTA president or so shut the meeting down in 20 minutes. They call the police because all I can imagine is those same people, the way they behaved here, were behaving the same way there. Now, everybody can say what they want to, but I'm not going to sit here and advocate when those people come back over and over again, and after that behavior, I am very opposed. It wouldn't be a liability. If I were principal of a building, I would have called the police and ordered them out, just like we did in this boardroom.
Ms. Sasso.
Yeah, my point is to basically have, you know, like you said, okay, so to have it in black and white so that we know, you know, I just don't want a question left in blank. You know, if it's there and the situation is critical, you know, the principal has a right to basically protect the school. You know, and I'm not taking any side. I just want us to have, if this ever comes up again, there is a black and white decision already. That's it, you know.
So this will come before policy, which is meeting next week, correct? And it can come before policy and review perhaps how these all interconnect and what we could do. And then at the next meeting, we could just have it, when we come to our policy, this will be, you know, we don't have second reading next time for this one. We have 30-day public comment.
Correct.
Correct. But we could, during policy time, just present that these are the applicable policies and that pertain to these things, and the policy committee could also next week determine if things need to be clarified or done, but at the next meeting we could just present that these are the policies that relate to these things and present that publicly at the meeting.
Yes, if the
Is
board
everyone okay
chooses.
with that? Yes. All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Item 6.02 is the fiscal year 2017 operating budget close-up. This follow-up, this is a review item. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Sheknovich, at our last meeting, some questions were raised about our fund balance at the end of FY 2017. Our fund balance as of July 1st, 2017 was $27,744,466. What percentage is that of our overall budget?
So that $27.7 million of fund balance as of July 1st is about 2.65% of our budget in total.
So our excess funds for the year was under 3% of our overall budget. However, the only portion of that that is designated as unassigned was for about $3.2 million. So $3.2 million would represent what percentage of our overall budget?
It's approximately 0.31, so under a third of 1%.
Under a third of 1% that we have as unassigned, and that those unassigned funds are for emergencies, for instance. So they would be if we have a boiler go out or a gas leak on a building or something like that that comes up. That's kind of the emergency pot. Is that correct?
It absolutely is the source for anything that's unanticipated, unforeseen, not pre-contemplated. It also does, however, upon action of the board and concurrence with the county council through appropriation authority, it is able to be reappropriated for other use as well. But historically and principally, it has been the shock absorber. It has been the buffer to take into account chillers that have gone down, our need to rent chillers or rent generators to run buildings if we have large utility-related issues, as we've had more than a number of just within the past 12 months here.
So it's a little bit of an emergency fund. Now, according to the accepted accounting standards, what is the amount that a public entity is advised to have in funds for reserves in case of emergency? So how many days, weeks, months is it recommended that we have in reserves?
In general, the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officer Association, recommends maintaining a minimum of 2 months of fund balance, unrestricted operating monies as unrestricted fund balance.
And that 28 million that we had at the end, how many months does that represent for emergency funds for the school system?
About 10 days.
So it's advised that we have about 2 months in reserves, and we have about 10 days.
Well, 10 days, but when you get down to the unassigned, the emergency fund that you're talking about, it's just slightly more than 1 day.
So rather than 2 months of emergency funds, that's what under best accounting practices is recommended, we have 1 day.
Again, 10 days in totality, but in terms of that reactionary money for those unanticipated, unforeseen items, it's just in excess of 1 day.
So I would hazard to say that that's not an excessive amount that we have in emergency funds. In that, I know for personal expenses, your accounting, we're recommended to have 3 to 6 months savings in reserves to meet your everyday expenses, and so, but for the school system with 82,000 children, we have a day. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think Mrs. Hummer and I had the same question to start. That was one of the questions that I had on my list. But if I could just go a little deeper, just looking at some of the documents we received at the last meeting from Mrs. Sutherland, there was an indication, looking specifically at the general fund balance, I believe it was 28 million was stated. But if I get this right, I'm just trying to look at what we've received versus what she's received. The 7 million, as we start looking at those numbers, just so I understand them better, 7 million of that was received this year from a one-time funding source, correct?
No, not in the end of year fund balance. So the 7.5 million that you're referring to that we spoke about earlier during the negotiations element is outside of maintenance of effort. It's the one-time exclusionary dollars agreed to as part of the healthcare rescue plan by all three parties.
So but then that makes that $28 million figure now 21.
So part of the so don't confuse the 7 and the 7.5. Maybe that's the simplest way I can put it. So as part of the rescue plan, we are obligated. We, the Board of Education, have agreed to our share essentially of contributing or redirecting dollars into the health care plan. The union labor was also expected to contribute a certain percentage. The county government contributed a certain percentage. So we're working through this collaborative effort to reallocate or reappropriate monies into the healthcare fund. So that $7 million is basically our efforts to adhere to the agreement that we struck with the state board and with the county government just this past spring.
If I can just, I don't want to do all the math here, so then let me just ask specifically then, what process do you follow throughout the year, whether it's quarterly, monthly, if you're noticing one area is continuously underspending, and then we get to the end of the year and maybe there's some cushion here, but then there was some overspend in another area, and you've had to shift within what you're permitted to shift, where you're permitted to shift funds, where we don't have to go back to the fiscal authority and say, we're shifting between categories. How are you monitoring that so that our underspend is recognized earlier?
Right. So we monitor spending on For the record, Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations. So my team and I monitor spending on a monthly basis. We actually provide the board a report on our monthly spending by state category. So in Maryland, school districts are required to report spending and budgets by the 13 approved state categories. And so if there are underspending or overspending within a category, let's use special education as an example. You know, if there's underspending in salaries but overspending in a non-public placement line item, we can shift money within those two, and all we have to do is then notify the county of that shift within that state category. If there's a overspend or underspend between categories where we have to shift money from one state category to another, that's a process that's done both in the second quarter and fourth quarter, where we bring those requests to you, and then ultimately that goes to the county for approval. Now, when we close out the year and we look at we look at both where underspending and overspending occurs, and if we're seeing a preponderance, let's say, of underspending, we will go, when we go through our next year budget process, we identify those dollars to reappropriate to priorities laid out by the superintendent and this board. And we do that process annually to ensure that to see what we could fund internally before we then go ask for money. So example would be, we will take the fiscal 17 closeout, we'll review that data as we prepare, right now to put together our fiscal 19 proposal, which will be introduced to you in December.
And again, I think, to echo Mr. Stansky's point, our obligation is essentially to take the dollars that we've already been appropriated and spend them as effectively and efficiently as possible before we stick our hand out asking for new dollars or new money. So we do a lot of those intercategorical adjustments as possible. Again, essentially trying to right-size the budget, get budget to actuals as much as possible, and ensure that when we are actually asking for dollars, we can justify the ask, and there was not a way to alleviate that internally before we had to make that ask.
So we closed out FY 2017 with $28 million in fund balance. What we had projected was $13 million in the fund balance. Can you explain the difference in there? Where were the savings captured from to make that for that $15 million that we didn't project?
Sure. So again, to sort of reiterate the process, we are projecting spending or putting together budgets that are essentially, in November. So for fiscal 17, we put together budgets in November of 2015, right? So we're trying to project spending essentially 7 months before the start of the fiscal year and almost 18 months before the end of the fiscal year. Obviously, the $13 million number is a target. It's a minimum target. So we build budgets to at least make sure at a minimum we hit the $13 million. But as you've indicated in your question and through testimony, we obviously exceeded that target in fiscal 17. The areas we'll kind of go through state category. Again, in the mid-level administration area, it was again through excess of what we call salary lapse and turnover. Salary lapse is when a position becomes vacant during the year, and then the time between that position becomes vacant and then refilled, right, is what we call salary lapse. We budget for that every year, but in this category we exceeded it. And then turnover is when someone leaves us at the end of June who are making a higher salary and then are replaced with somebody who's making a lower salary. Budget for that as well, and exceeded that in the mid-level category. We also exceeded that in our instructional salary category. Special education, we had some savings this year, not only from salary lapse and turnover, but we had projected increases in our non-public placement costs, and those increases, while they went up, they didn't materialize to the level that we had seen in years past, which is a good thing. But there's savings there. And then in our fixed charges category, which is our benefits category, again, with the salary lapse and turnover, we're saving money in the FICA area, Social Security, Medicare payments, and also, if you remember, the General Assembly passed a pension relief bill late in April, which obviously we didn't anticipate, which was $1.6 million of savings for the district as well. So, you know, combine that, yes, we exceeded the $13 million, and so, but we will obviously take this data as we, you know, build a 19 budget and adjust it accordingly.
And the $13 million, Ms. Hummer, is part of a revenue stream, and your budgeted revenues have to at least meet or exceed your expenses, otherwise you run a deficit. So if we are budgeting and we go to the county executive and the county council and ask them to reappropriate as part of a revenue stream this $13 million, if we had not done that on the expense side, we would have to cut $13 million worth of programs, positions, something to make it match. You know, so you can't kind of have it both ways. If you're budgeting it as revenue, and a revenue is in support of programs or positions or whatever, you have to ensure that revenue stream at least meets or exceeds, or you're going to have to cut program or expenses to make things balance. And that's why, although we're not entitled to, if we were to not have that ability to self-fund at least that 13 million element, we would have two choices. We would either have to ask general county government to come up with 13 more million, or we would have to cut program positions or other expenses to bring it down that 13 million or some other number. So essentially our ability to, again, help ourselves by being able to identify and be able to support that revenue forestalls the need to ask other public sectors, such as the county government, to have to backfill that number.
So the 28 million, that extra, we budgeted for the 13 million, that extra 15 million was created by basically sound stewardship of our resources, finding ways, but also many things that were out of our control that allowed us to have that extra money. For instance, like you said, the pension fund that came through, or we can't control or know when people are going to retire or leave, and so we'll anticipate some savings. But I guess that's a key thing to say, is we can't necessarily predict these, and they're not necessarily going to be recurring income that comes through. They're spot savings from different things.
Right, and we had two other sort of anomalies in this past cycle. One, we've got just under 20,000 Google Chromebooks that were identified or that were funded previously back in 2012 as part of the federal ARRA grant process. And these are the devices that we use not only to support instruction each and every day, but these are the actual devices that are required for us to facilitate our students taking the state mandated tests. Those devices were acquired back in 2012, I told you, as part of a grant, a one-time grant revenue. We were notified by the Google company, or Alphabet today, that those devices will no longer be supported, no longer get upgrades, and no longer be essentially reliable or viable for us to take those high-stakes tests and or just support daily instruction. So due to that expiration date that's outside of our control, and they were required with one-time grant money, we had to identify a plan to be able to replace those. Those machines cost about $250 a piece. 19,500 of them times $250 gets us to about $5 million. And that's the $5 million that has been set aside to replace those just under 20,000 Google machines that are expiring, the Chromebooks. And then the second element is obviously the healthcare. We knew very early on, and this board and the superintendent and our labor units who've since left had spent many hours and sleepless nights worrying about that. And we knew that we were heading into an issue with our self-funded insurance plan. As a result of that, we began having very serious conversations with our superintendent. He had conversations with his executive team, with senior leadership, et cetera, that we needed to begin to identify monies that we could defer spending, begin making strategic decisions on what could we curtail, what could we do without, to be able to begin amassing dollars that we could then go to the board, go to the county executive, go through the county council, and have reappropriated into the healthcare fund to begin that stabilization process. And that began very early in the fiscal year. I would categorize it as sort of, it went from coasting the brakes to hitting the brakes. And in a way, it wound up being a good thing, because once we got to the spring, remember that we entered into some rather robust negotiations with the county government as well as the state of Maryland in terms of crafting this bailout plan. And part of that bailout plan prescriptively said how many dollars, how much money over not just the year that we closed out before, but the year that we are currently in and in the year ahead, this Board of Education is going to have to identify and repurpose or redirect. The county government has a commitment to providing additional revenue, and then certainly labor, as you know, was expected to renegotiate the term and conditions of their health plan in terms of fees, co-pays, the percentage split, and a myriad of other factors that we did. So that accounts for $7 million is essentially health related, and $5 million is related to the Google Chromebooks.
I would like to congratulate our accounting system for what they're doing. I think you have followed very well the 3 Ps, which is a proper prior planning, and we have a very competent, financial, and responsible school system. But I would like to ask a question so that you basically can address what was said. You know, let's assume we had those 28 million that we could just spend, okay, and buy buses for start school late. What would happen if we just bought the buses and then had more recurring debts? Because obviously if we buy the buses, we need to maintain them and so forth, get the drivers. What would happen? Alex?
My response would be more generic than that. I mean, one of the most fundamental tenets, and I would probably say one of the top tenets of budgeting and sound business management practices, is to not ever spend one-time dollars on something that has an ongoing operational cost and concern heading down. So, you know, utilizing, I'm going to loop right back to an example I just shared, is using one-time dollars to buy a Chromebook is an appropriate activity, because that Chromebook's expected to last. You know, once you buy it, once you set it up, it doesn't have ongoing expenses until and when it, you know, becomes unsupportable or non-functional 5 or 6 years down the road. Technology, typically large technological acquisitions, are done that way. That's very different than using one-time monies to buy something like a bus, but there's thousands of other examples that are going to have monthly and weekly ongoing expenses associated with them. No matter how large your piggy bank is, Ms. Sassa, I'm just going to make it very simple. No matter how small or how large your piggy bank is, your piggy bank's only one size. And if you continuously reach in and take monies out of that piggy bank on a weekly and daily basis, that piggy bank's going to go bust on you. And so again, that's very simplistically why you do not use one-time monies to support something that you know is going to have long-lived operational expenditures or costs associated with it.
Thank you.
So the healthcare fund at the end of FY 2017, it shows that a balance of $9 million. We had projected that there would be a $9 million deficit to the fund. Can you explain that difference between there?
Sure. So the example that was brought up a week and a half ago was a projection we gave the board in October of 2016, and at the time did show a projected year-end deficit of $9 million. Mm-hmm. This was before any contemplation of assigning $2 million in excess fund balance into the fund in December. While that was there, the projection didn't reflect that because the board had not approved it. So there's one. And two, it did not contemplate the rescue plan that Alex had spoken about between the county and the state, which again brought us $5 million of recurring revenue in the fourth quarter, on top of then essentially realignments within the fourth quarter of existing resources in the board's budget into the fund. And so that really sort of explains the revenue side of the fund between where we were in October and sort of where we ended up in June. On the expenditure side, you know, the claims ended up about $6 million less than what we projected in October. I will say the large majority of that is through what we call incurred but not reported claims, IBNR. That's a number that we get in August. And so for fiscal 16, that unexpectedly jumped up on us by $2 million. We were not anticipating that. And so based on that recent experience, we had projected another $2 million increase in the IBNR number. But when we got the number in August, not only did it not increase by $2 million, it decreased by $2 million. So there was really a $4 million swing in IBNR between what we had projected and what actually came in. And then I think just in general, just when, you know, in projecting claims, there isn't really any consistency, right, in how we experience claims, neither really month to month nor annually. You know, we look at national trends, we look at recent pharmacy and medical data, we look at our demographics, both active employees, retirees, and their dependents, how many folks we're covering, and we sort of then kind of, and then in consultation with our consultants, our healthcare consultants, Aon, we you know, we come up with an estimate of what we think the claims experience will be. But I think just to give you an understanding, I'll just read to you for the last 5 years the percentage increase and decrease in our claims experience. So in fiscal 13, we saw a 1.4% increase in claims. In fiscal 14, we actually saw a decrease of 5.7% in claims costs. Fiscal 15, we then saw an 8.6% increase in claims costs. That was fiscal 15. In fiscal 16, we saw an 8.9% increase in claims costs. And then fiscal 17, that increase was 2.7. So from as high as 8.9 to as low as a negative 5.7 in a 5-year span.
And that's at the macro level. If you take a look at the micro level, in 1 month, and this is, you know, real numbers from the current year. So in the month of May 2017, our expenses were $9.6 million a month. 1 month later, it was $18.2 million. 1 month apart, the number jumped from $9 million to $18 million. Go ahead and predict that, right? So this is an area that has a tremendous amount of volatility. The school system has zero to no control over pricing trends of either in the pharmaceutical or medical sector. We have no control over what the Maryland State Insurance Commissioner may or may not approve in terms of rate increases. We have no control over the number of planned participants, how many employees, how many dependents, how many children do or don't sign up on our plan. We have no control about what we call utilization. We have no control over how many youngsters are going to get braces next month or aren't going to get braces next month, let alone 18 months from now. Essentially, we're trying to predict an extremely volatile figure, and some of the swings that Matt brought out to light from year to year, from a negative 5.7 to a positive 8.9, that's a swing of almost 16%, to a swing of 100% in a month over something that we have little or no control over, 18 months in advance. How accurate do you want us to be? So again, we do look at a tremendous amount of data. We spend a lot of time on this. We probably spend more time on healthcare than probably any other one of our business activities, because it is a humongous spend for us, approaching $180 million. It is an area that has been at the top of our minds on an hourly basis, especially as we went negative and we're not sure we could close out the prior year. And remember, we're self-insured. That's something that most people, you know, continue to forget. We pay those bills. The way this whole plan works is that when a plan participant goes to the doctor, they go to the doctor, the bill's $130. That plan participant pays the copay, whatever it may be, $5, $15, whatever that plan requires. The remaining balance of that comes to us. We pay that out of our self-insurance fund. It is an obligation. It is a fundamental obligation, and I dare to say almost stretch it to a moral imperative, that we can support the health and well-being of our employees. We do not want to be in a position where one of our employees goes to a physician's office or goes to a pharmacy or goes to a laboratory for a much-needed test or procedure or analysis, and that pharmacy or doctor's office or lab is going to say, I can't see you today until you cleared up the bill from the last time you were here. We cannot put our employees in that position. Talking about a recruitment or retention nightmare, we would have one on our hands. So it is, in a self-insured plan, is critically important that we ensure that we can continue to support the claims as best we can in the face of something that is highly variable, highly volatile, and over which we have very little actual physical control.
So we were speaking earlier about the kind of recommended policies have about 2 months in reserves. Does that recommendation hold true for healthcare funds as well, that we would have about 2 months in reserves, 2 months of claims in reserve?
Again, the ideal certainly is that, and you know, if I could draw a parallel for food and nutrition services, the federal government actually requires Ms. Rissy, requires that she have no less than 2 and no less than 3 months of fund balance in the food and nutritional services fund. So at least in her domain, they've gone beyond just this is good practice, this is something that you should consider. They've prescriptively mandated the size of her fund balance. That is not the case in terms of general unrestricted funds. It's not the case in terms of our healthcare internal service fund. So certainly we have much more flexibility in those areas.
So we've closed out to FY 2017 with $9 million in the fund. What percentage does that represent of our monthly healthcare expenses?
10 days, yeah. It's about 10 days of claims paying ability.
About 10 days
Right.
rather than 2 months that it would be there. So it's a very bare minimum of reserve that would be there. One of the questions that came up that was brought up at the last meeting was that that the school system contributed $3.4 million less than what was budgeted for employee contributions. Was that accurate?
Yeah, no, that is accurate.
And how could you
And
explain?
so, you know, there's a lot of different funds that pay into the healthcare fund. So there's the general fund, which we've been talking about. There are grants, which pay into the federal grants, which pay into the healthcare fund. There's the food service fund, which pays into the healthcare fund as well. So there were some shortages in the food service and healthcare in the grant area, just because we didn't hire as many employees as we anticipated, putting into the fund. And then also, you know, on the general fund side, you know, we did hold a little bit money back. We usually do that in anticipation of any other expenses that may come up. And so when we, I guess, felt comfortable enough that the number was solid, we decided not to make that last transfer, and then to just wait until the second quarter of fiscal 18 to make that transfer into the healthcare fund.
So you'll be receiving that. You know, we'll be bringing forward a recommendation to transfer far in excess of that $3 million into the fund at one of your upcoming meeting, and then that request will be relayed to the county executive and ultimately to the county council.
So you've alluded to the things that we've worked out with the county to get the healthcare fund back into healthy position, and that's involved everyone working collaboratively, the county government, us, our bargaining units, everyone working together to strengthen it.
And we actually also renegotiated on the expense side, we renegotiated it with both Care First and CVS SilverScript as well, and the board reapproved that contract about almost a year ago now.
So several years ago, that we kind of got into this dire situation because several years ago the county council transferred, how much was transferred out of the healthcare reserve fund to the operating budget?
In 15 there was a revenue reduction, a permanent revenue reduction of about $15 million, and then about another $1.3 million in the following year, FY16.
And so when you say that there was a revenue reduction, so that means that the recurring funds that were going into the healthcare fund were no longer going in there. So to the tune of $16.5 million, we stopped receiving that money into the healthcare fund.
Yes.
That's accurate. Okay.
Each year.
Every year. And so that caught up. Did we also have money that was in the reserve fund that was transferred out? for county spending?
No, it was
No.
not.
Oh, okay, all right. If those recurring funds of 15 million a year had continued over the past few years, would the county have had to, would we have had to gone to the county to ask for emergency allocations of funds to that, to our healthcare fund, or would that 15 million a year have covered us and kept us in solid
We
position?
would not have had to have a bailout plan. We would have not have had to reallocate our dollars, ask the county government to infuse money into the plan. We would not have had to go to the state board for probably the largest exception that they've ever granted on a matter that the state superintendent brought that to light for us. So no, we would not have been in the position that we found ourselves the past year or still find ourselves in today.
It's, what is the balance in the healthcare fund at this time? I know it changes daily, so I'm.
About 9.4.
9.4, so again, about 10 days. So we're still, while we're not at zero, we are still not in the healthiest position we would like to be in the healthcare fund, and we are still working very collaboratively with the county government and with our others to get back in that position, and everyone's contributing. But this was a process that was created over several years by different decisions that were made.
Right, and it's important to note that it was critical essentially that we cover a period of time as well, because the risk-structured labor agreements that have the bargaining units and the unrepresented individuals contribute more, pay more co-pays, et cetera, that doesn't kick in until January as well. So we had to ensure that not only do we close out last prior year positively, but we had sufficient funds to continue to pay claims between July and January, when we begin receiving some additional support by way of the plan participants, or
Okay.
cost avoidance by way of plan participants.
All right, so I'm just going to wrap up a couple things to make sure. So the fiscal 2017 operating budget closeout was $28 million, and that was an example of good stewardship, conservative spending, and budgeting on the school system's part.
And necessity, given several of the unforeseen factors that befell us.
But even with our spending restraints and our good stewardship there, it's still far below the recommended reserves that are recommended for public entities. That's an accurate interpretation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if we were to reprogram the $3 million that is currently unassigned into, say, transportation, that would put us in a position of funding a recurring expense with non-recurring dollars, and meaning that we'd have no guarantee that those funds would be available next year, even though we'd made the decision to go ahead and fund that expense. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if we assigned and spent the $3 million, we'd essentially be spending all of our extra. So meaning if a boiler collapse or a roof failure, we wouldn't have any funds on hand. And would it be prudent under accepted accounting principles for the school system to spend every available dollar, leaving nothing in reserve for emergencies?
More than just generally accepted accounting principles. I don't think anybody would.
Common sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Rural common sense would preclude that recommendation.
Okay. All right. Are there any other board questions or comments? All right. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
At this time, is there any public comment?
Good afternoon, Teresa Sutherland. I wasn't going to say anything until you brought up the reduction to fixed charges that the county council took in fiscal year 15 as being the reason your health insurance fund faced a deficit. At the end of fiscal year 15, your health insurance fund had $30 million in it, when an $18 million fund balance would have been sufficient. Had the county council funded that you would have had more in your health insurance fund than the county government had in its rainy day fund. So let's talk about how much fund balance you need to have on hand. You're not a government entity whose revenue fluctuates. So for example, the county government will want to have about 8% according to the rating agencies because income taxes fluctuate. Recordation and transfer taxes fluctuate. Your revenue doesn't fluctuate. When the county says it's going to give you $600 million, you get $600 million. So how much fund balance you need is a result of how much your revenue fluctuates and how much your expenditures fluctuate. Regarding needing money for boilers, look at your fund balance, look at the chart, how often have you had to use it? Regarding spending fund balance for recurring costs. Ms. Sasso, you asked about that. You programmed $13 million of fund balance for recurring costs. So don't pretend that you're not doing it already. But the fact is you never use it, or you hardly ever use it. Your fund balance that was unrestricted, uncommitted, unencumbered went from 18 million to 28 million. That means 10 million of the recurring money you got in FY17, not fund balance, wasn't spent. And the only way to know the difference between the 13 that was projected and the 28 that resulted is if you know what made up the 13 that was projected in the first place. This board never asked that question at budget. Dr. Arlotto, where is the 13 million of savings coming from? What didn't cost as much as you thought it was going to, or what revenue did you get that you didn't anticipate? How did you treat it in the next year's budget? Did you leave it the same? Did you decrease it? How did you treat it? If you don't ask that during budget and know what comprises the 13 million, you can then never know the difference between the 13 and the 28. Secondly, I just want to clarify, I never commented on the adequacy of your fund balances. My comments were on the differences between your staff's projections and the actual outcome, which is part of your fiscal 17 closeout, was not presented to you. So I wanted to comment on that. And I also want to close in saying that after fiscal year 15, when your health insurance fund had $30 million of fund balance, this board requested $22 million less in recurring revenue than recurring expenses for the health insurance fund. You all drained the health insurance fund by $22 million in fiscal year 16 and 17. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Education. Lisa Van Busker of Edgewater. I'm not here to represent Start School Later. I'm here to represent someone who's been watching the budget process for the last few years. So if I was in your position and I was in charge of a $1 billion budget, I would not understand all the elements of that. But you have a wonderful resource to you. You have your own Board of Education auditor. So I would probably ask him questions to help me understand the audited reports that come in. Then I would talk to my brother, who's the chief financial officer at a large drug addict recovery nonprofit in Portland, Oregon, to help me understand audited financial stuff. And while he couldn't do it so great, maybe that company that does the audit can come in and explain their audits to you. That's what they do for his. So they explained to him, he said his outside auditors annually present the audited financial statements and findings to the board of directors, along with other documents that note material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, and other matters they believe that warrant the attention of the board of directors. Surely you could have those outside auditors present to you and not just Mr. Shagnovich. It's kind of almost a conflict of interest to have him try and defend his own numbers. So I think an independent auditor could do that. And like this board, the Anne Arundel County has its own auditor, which Ms. Sutherland used to be. But it also has the outside auditor review its financial statements, and unlike this board, that outside auditor presents to the board, again, what this board could experience. And when I've heard the discussions of the last few years regarding budgets, and the next month starts the new budget cycle, I wonder which fable is more true, Chicken Little, whose sky was falling, or the boy who cried wolf. So I just wanted to keep that in mind when you claim poor next year. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right. Item 6.03 is award of contracts. This is a review item. Are there any board questions or comments regarding this item? Okay, is there any public comment? All right. The November 1st meeting of the Board of Education is now complete. The next Board of Education meeting is Wednesday, November 15th, 2017 at 7 p.m. The next Board Policy Committee meeting is Wednesday, November 8th, 2017 at 1 p.m. in Conference Room 2A. And our legislative breakfast, am I going to get it right? Monday, November 13th. I don't have it in front of me, at 7:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. Mr. Gilliland.
I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.